Test. You see it?
Okay, good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to call, it is 8:33. I'm going to call to order Committee Number 4, Law Enforcement, Corrections, and Courts. Madam Parliamentarian, can we read item 1?
Good morning. Item 1 is a resolution receiving and filing the report of the Judicial Commissioner Program as required by Tennessee Code annotated Section 40-1-111, sponsored by Commissioner McWright.
Thank you. This item's been moved by Commissioner Mills and seconded by me. I hope we have some guests. I think we do. If you would come up to the podium. Good morning, gentlemen, Judge, Mr. Commissioner, and Professor. Is it Professor? Doctor? Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. If you would give us your names and your work address, if you would, and then the floor will be yours.
Judge Lee Wilson, 201 Poplar Avenue.
Lead Commissioner John Marshall, 201 Poplar.
Jonathan Bennett, University of Memphis, 217 Clement Hall.
And before you all get started, I did want to take one moment to recognize some folks, some special people we have in the audience with us today in committee. If you are a member of the Leadership Bartlett program, would you raise your hand, please? Welcome, welcome. Good to have you all. Thank you for being here. So there, gentlemen, don't let them distract you. They're just here to observe. But yeah, the floor is yours.
First, I'd like to say good morning. By law, we are required to submit a annual report of the Judicial Commissioner's work over the past year. I believe that a copy of that report was hand-delivered to you all. Let me first start by saying the Judicial Commissioners work hard, as you all are probably aware of. The report, our annual report, reflects that arrests are up, arrest warrants are up. So in addition to what we had last year, I think there were probably about 1,000 more bonds set this year than last year. About 2,000 arrest warrants more were signed this year. So it kind of correlates when the police work harder, we work harder, the judicial commissioners and the general sessions judges. Our annual report, like I said, was submitted, and if any of you have any questions about the annual report first, we're going to do two things today. One, talk about the annual report first, and then we'll get into Dr. Bennett's second installment on the University of Memphis findings about the bail hearing room. So if there are any questions about the annual report itself.
Your Honor, at this time, we don't have any commissioners seeking to be recognized, but we can move forward.
All right. Then if that's the case, then we'll move into now the bail report. Commissioner Marshall, did you want to say something first?
John Marshall, Lead Judicial Commissioner. I did just want to say a couple of things. There was a report, again, that our annual report, we're doing two things today. Our annual report, of course, is to meet our statutory requirement, and then Dr. Bennett's report from the U of M, which is separate and apart from our report, but is somewhat to fulfill our obligation to this body to report some analysis on bail data since the standing bail order. I just wanted to point out a couple of interesting things. I'm sure you're aware the state comptroller recently issued a report on Shelby County criminal justice system about a week ago, and there was one rather astounding statistic in there. It says that last year in Shelby County, we had more felony criminal cases filed than Knox, Hamilton, and Davidson combined. So that's unfortunate for us, but it shows how busy we are here, and our caseload is just, not comparable to to those other counties. I wanted to say, just to reemphasize, just a couple of the numbers in our report. Our bonds, we reported 19,291. That's an increase of about 1,200, and we actually think that number is a little bit low compared to what pretrial had. Theirs was actually a little bit higher than that. And we had 12,146 warrants. That's an increase of about 2,000. What we call our straight arrests, which is people off the street coming in and being arrested, was 13,045. That's an increase of almost 2,000. Our misdemeanor citations were up by almost 800. And from what we can tell, law enforcement has been making added efforts. There's been a lot of saturations going on, and that's, from the best we can tell, maybe that's what we can attribute our numbers going up. And I just want to say real quickly before we turn from our report to the U of M report, one thing we were able to accomplish this past year that we were very proud of was we were able to get our written bail findings. When we set the initial bond, there's paperwork that we had to fill out. That was part of the standing bail orders requirements. And that paperwork is now available to the public online through the Odyssey Public Portal. We worked with the county IT and the county clerk's office to get that information publicly available. And so now, after someone's arrested, any member of the public can go on that database. There's a lot of information on there the public can't see, and that was one of the things they could not see, but we've allowed that to happen now. And that's, we think, been a positive thing.
Say that again, which document was that?
We call it the initial bail screening. It's when we first set the bond in the jail. It's a 4 or 5 page document that we fill out, check boxes, and write a narrative on it about why we're setting the bond at what we're setting at our rationale. And that's a document that's on the Odyssey system. And previously, a member of the public could not click on that and see it. But now they're able to go in. There's a lot of things the public still can't see, but they can see our bail findings. And the media can also. The media used to frequently get it wrong about who had set the bond, and now they have access to that. Now, we did have an upgrade to Odyssey about a week or two ago, and there were some glitches. And someone in the clerk's office told me there might be some problems with that. We've got to go back and make sure that it's still working properly. But it had been, and I think that's been a real plus for everybody all the way around. So I just want to point that out. That's something we've accomplished in the past year that we felt pretty good about. And Dr. Bennett's report, we've been real pleased to have the U of M doing this work for us. I think it's a really good, thorough report. We could never do anything like this with this massive amount of data. And I think its value, its real benefit, is we've had enough time go by now that he can look at the bail statistics over a period of years. You can look at this report, you can see what was happening a couple of years before standing bail order, and now we've had a couple of years after. So I think you can get a much better, fuller picture of what's been going on. And so with that,
Before you
Sure.
turn it over to Dr. Bennett, and I'm excited to hear from you as well, can you give us a sense of what the difference is between the two reports? I know that, the one that you produce, that the judicial commissioners produce, is required by statute. The one that Dr. Bennett is assisting us with, I think, came out of the some of the changes we made to the bail process, and they came in to help with some of that additional analysis. But what are some of the differences between those two?
right, John Marshall, lead judicial commissioner. Our report that we submitted is basically just raw numbers, if you will, of our total statistics. We've just reported the total number of bonds we've set, the total number of arrests we've processed, and we've stayed away before. We were trying to look at some of the bail data on our own and come up with some figures for you, but we've let him do all of that. So he has extracted data from county IT for all the arrests and looked at that, analyzed it, run figures and charts. So he's going to give you the breakdown about percentages and rates of release on recognizance and that sort of thing. And I might, after his presentation, if time allows, I might want to just comment on a couple of highlights that I think should be pointed out.
And one more thing, sorry, before you get going, is I guess to the minutes clerk, or I'm not sure how we do this, commissioners, we have this report from Dr. Bennett and the U of M. Can we add this to the system so that these reports can be available to the public?
Have to turn it into Cecilia. She will add it in the on-base agenda for you.
Oh,
Do I need to make that motion to add it as an exhibit? So I will move to add these documents, and moved by me, seconded by Commissioner Sugarman. Can we do that without objection? Hearing none, so moved. Dr. Bennett, sorry about that.
Jonathan Bennett, University of Memphis. Good morning. So we are pleased to report, to present this report, analysis of the pretrial detention system in Shelby County, Tennessee. So as you know, this is our second report to the commission. And our report really focuses on fulfilling a lot of what is asked of the county in terms of reporting on the bail system in the enabling legislation for the standing bail order. And so our work really, I guess first I just want to say this is one of many projects we do at the CCRE, the Center for Community Research and Evaluation. So we often partner with community groups, agencies, and so forth to provide research and evaluation support. This report is available on our website, as well as it should be available in the minutes as well, memphis.edu/CCRE. You should also have a copy with you now. And I have a few slides I'll present in just a minute that's going to provide the high-level findings that we found in this iteration of our data analysis. That said, it is 37 pages, so there's a lot more that can be said that I won't get into today. So if you have any questions, either now or later, just let me know, and I'm happy to, dig into it. So something that we did in this report that I think improves a lot on our metrics on the last report is we have a few things have improved in terms of the data that we're able to get. And so one is just that we have more data. So last time we reported through cases filed through end of 2023. Now we have cases through end of 2024. So that's interesting, not just in terms of being timely, but in also reporting on some of the more recent state laws that have put increasing restrictions on bail and bond throughout the state. So we'll get into a little bit of that. We also now have data that is from criminal court as well as general sessions. So that's really helped us gain a better picture of monitoring impacts of that initial bail decision throughout the life cycle of a case, particularly if it's a felony case, if it goes to grand jury or into criminal court. So there's our first slide. And so one thing that we track, the first thing that we look at is just what are the bond levels that are set by judicial commissioners. And so it seems relatively, at a macro level, it's pretty stable over time. But one thing that we did find is on basically at the week of July 1st, 2024, we see a pretty notable decrease in the rate of cases that are released on recognizance, meaning don't require a money bond. We also see an increase in the median bond level that's set. July 1st is when HB 1642 came into effect. So that's a state law that sets public safety as the highest among many considerations that judicial commissioners and all judicial officers in the state use when setting an initial bond level. And so Effectively, we see this visually. We've run some statistical models that bear it out after controlling for things like what are the, what's the nature of the crime, who's setting the bond, what time of day is it, these sorts of things. So that's something that we found in that initial bond setting. On the next slide, we also then look at the bail review process. So one of our recommendations in the report is bail review hearings are documented, but not necessarily with the bond itself. And so usually we can detect if a bond level's changed, but if the outcome of the hearing is no change, then sometimes it's very difficult to pin down exactly, like, was this no change? If someone's let out, 3 days after, did a bail review hearing happen with no change? Is this a bail review hearing or just a subsequent decision of a judge? So there's some ambiguity in the bail review numbers. I spent about 2 weeks trying to crack this puzzle. And so we've pinned this down to the best of our ability, but that is one area where there's probably an easy change to documentation that we've recommended as a part of this report, just in terms of associating in the history of a bond whether a change in that bond is specifically a standing bail order related bail review hearing. So what we find in our report at bail review is a couple things. So one thing is that at that bail review hearing, we look at the percentage of cases that are released with no money bond on recognizance. At bail review, now keep in mind, all bail reviews already had a money bond set at the initial screening, right? So if it was released on recognizance, the person would need the hearing. So of these cases, about 20% of them over the time interval from the start of the standing bail order to the end of 2024 resulted in a release on recognizance outcome. We do find that percentage has decreased since May 1st, which coincides with a different state law, HB 1719, which prohibited effectively the consideration of ability to pay. So effectively not allowing judicial officers to consider data from the affordable bail calculator or any other metric that a jurisdiction in the state might use. So we do see at that case, we don't really see this in the initial hearing, that's really July 1st, but at that bail review step, we do see this decrease in release on recognizance. Another thing that we try to dig into in our report is just how bail review outcomes manifest for different defendants. So something we find is that there's a lot of variation across court divisions. So this is probably something that needs a little bit of unpacking. So effectively, a defendant has an initial bond. If he or she doesn't make that bond, it goes to arraignment in their general sessions court division. The defendant needs an attorney, may need an attorney, and it sort of sets, those things are figured out. And so effectively what we found is that there's a lot of variation across court divisions in whether they decide to adjudicate the bail review hearing in their own courtroom or whether that they send that to the bail review hearing room, in which case it would be adjudicated by a judicial commissioner. So there's sort of that decision of, do I do the bail review or do I send it to the bail hearing room? And so judges vary a lot in their preferences on how they do this. Some send very few cases, some send many cases, and some have changed over time, and others may send more severe cases or may keep more severe cases and send less severe cases. So point being, there's a lot of decision making that can happen, which makes this kind of a tricky question to answer.
Can I ask a question
Sure.
on this chart? So it seems to me that looking at this bottom chart, where you're looking at the divisions, so would it be safe to say that Division 7 would be the furthest outlier on where the most people were being, the most cases were being changed to ROR?
Yes, so the higher you are on the chart, the more likely the judge is to effectively decide release on recognizance. That's correct. And so And the more left you go on the chart, the more likely you are to send it to the bail review hearing room. The more right you go on the chart, the more likely the judge is to keep the case. I will keep in mind when interpreting this chart that there are, I believe, two divisions that sort of have a select case portfolio. So, for example, Division 8 is drug court. I think Division 10 is domestic violence court. Yeah, so to some extent, there are some case portfolio effects going on, but for the most part, correct me if I'm wrong, other than those sorts of classes of cases and divisions, they are more or less distributed randomly. So this is what we see in the divisions. So one question is, how does the bail review hearing room do? And I didn't want to give you a percentage on that, just a raw percentage, because they are getting different types of cases. But what's, to some extent, interesting is Division 13, which is a division that tends to send most cases to the bail review hearing room. And so I would say if you were to compare Division 13 to a typical division, it's on the lower end of ROR rates, which would then tell you that probably this judicial commissioner heavy division is relatively less likely to give release on recognizance than perhaps the median judge might be, who would tend to keep the cases. So, on the next slide, we look at some of the process impacts of this February 2023, which is the effective date, standing bail order. We found, as expected, that more bonds were revised early in the case, so we see more judicial review of that initial decision, which is effectively the point of the bail review process. So we did want to check that because, in theory, judges have been able to change bonds throughout a case, so we did want to make sure that actually something did, in fact, happen with judicial review. We find that it did. An incidental outcome is that it appears that defendants are getting access to counsel faster. Because of the standing bail order, it requires them to have an attorney in that bail review earlier in the process. So it does seem like, in terms of just when is this attorney documented in Odyssey, we're seeing it faster in the life cycle of a case. We also see that a reduced time in custody due to the standing bail order, and to some extent, especially for misdemeanor cases, and to some extent the reverse with some of the more recent state laws. Though I do want to note that I don't want to overstate these effects in terms of, how fast defendants are typically released from jail. So sometimes I feel like bail reform gets the reputation that these are very large effects, that it affects that a very large percentage of defendants are released. This doesn't really seem to bear out very much in the data. So, for example, these are kind of complex charts here, but for example, in the lower right quadrant, if you look at 7 days of release, we find that 76% of misdemeanor cases are released for whatever reason within 7 days of their case. Before the standing bail order, in that 90-day period before, if we look at the 90-day period after, it increases to 80.8%. So really, it's only, and that may be the largest gap on this chart, so it's really only about 4% of misdemeanor defendants who were released who may not have been released pre-bail reform. So there is an effect. We do see some differences, but I wanted to give you this chart just so to put it in some context, that this isn't like half of the jail population or something. This is about 4% where the bail reform appears pivotal in deciding whether the defendant is in jail or not. Next slide, we look at failure to appear in court. Something we found is that while over time we do seem to see a decrease in bench warrants or conditional forfeitures, which is effectively how we're able to measure failure to appear in court, it doesn't really seem associated with bail reform itself. So really that starts in 2023, and this decline, there seems to be a jump in 2022, which doesn't really seem to be associated with the standing bail order. So that's one thing we find. On the next slide, we look at rearrest. And so something we're able to do in this report is we're able to look at longer time periods after a defendant's initial bond hearing. We're also able to look at different metrics, different types of rearrest. Pre-trial rearrest, which effectively means are you rearrested while you're out on bond? We also look at recidivism, which effectively means did the fact that you went through this process have any impact on whether you reoffend, regardless of whether it's before or after your case is adjudicated, or regardless of whether you post bond at all. One thing I would emphasize is that rearrest rates are pretty difficult to calculate reliably because of expungement. So effectively, a case is expunged for several reasons. For example, if a case is dismissed, if a case ends in diversion, there are several reasons that a case might be expunged. So in Tennessee, when that case is expunged, those records are destroyed. So they're not in the court database. So how this affects our analysis is when we look at very recent time periods, it's just going to have more cases in it. Because some of those cases are going to be expunged at a later time. Whereas when we look at earlier cases, most of those cases that would have been expunged have already been expunged. So to some extent, there's some risk of over-interpreting an increase over time because there's just more cases that populate in the data, which means there's more opportunities for rearrest. So I would encourage just being very cautious in interpreting some of our rearrest findings just because there is, to some extent, that artificiality. Now, the way we try to get around this problem is to look at very fine-grained time intervals. And so, for example, in these charts here, and we mirror this in a lot of our metrics, in this chart, we're looking at 2-week intervals. We either look at 1 or 2-week intervals throughout the report. And so what we try to do is look at the data and see, okay, if we chop this up into pretty small time buckets, when a policy changes, do we see an immediate movement up and down in the rate? So expungement should matter, but it shouldn't matter all of a sudden on one day. It should matter as a trend over time. So we run various models on pretrial arrest and recidivism. I would say that we don't really see much evidence of an increase in rearrest rate at that moment of implementation. To the extent we see increases, we run statistical models to try to figure out, okay, if we see a small increase, is this because of the policy or is this because of some sort of underlying factor, like the cases became more severe that week or just things that could happen in the data naturally. So our statistical models right now don't really see any increase that's distinguishable from random chance. That said, as a part of this project, what we're going to do is we are going to write an academic study specifically looking at the public safety impacts of the standing bail order. And so effectively what you do in an academic study is you try to tackle this question from as many angles as possible. So, we'll try different measures of rearrest, different, statistical modeling, different things that try to look at like the robustness of this question. So that's what we find. So on this chart, we have within 120 days, 300 days, and 500 days of a case. As you can see, there's not really a systematic jump, not like what we saw before with like the bond amounts, where it was pretty clear that we saw a percentage drop. So that is all I have. I'm happy to answer any questions, or if you would like to comment, that is good as well.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Sugarman, you're in the queue.
Can you hear me now? Okay, thank you, Chair. Okay, so let me try this one. Is it on now? Okay, thank you. And so you mentioned that Division 13, as far as the cases that probably will not have or have fewer RORs. And so I was just wondering, what type of cases does the Judicial Commissioner hear? The other question, you also stated that defendants seeing attorneys faster. So when you say faster, what was it in the beginning, and what is it now? And what does it mean by faster? Can you qualify that? And then you also stated you have a report, and I'm very interested in the report because this is a lot of information to unpack. So once I delve down into it, then I may have some more follow-up questions later on. Thank you.
Jonathan Bennett, University of Memphis. Yeah, these are great questions, so I'll try to remember them all. Division 13, I believe. Again, tell me if I'm wrong. Maybe I should let John Marshall take this one.
I think I can answer this, and then if Dr. Bennett wants to add in. Division 13 does all kinds of cases, and we hear essentially most of his cases for bail review. That's his preference to send them to us, and they are all kinds of cases. We are by law, if it's an A or B felony, we as judicial commissioners cannot ROR that case, and the attorneys appearing before us know that, and the judge knows that. But most of the cases he sends to us, it's a real mix of misdemeanors and felonies and all sorts of cases. But I think the point he was trying to make is the way our documentation, and this is something for the clerk's office, perhaps we can work out. It's hard for him to tell by looking at what's on the Odyssey system if it was heard by a judicial commissioner or a judge, because it's assigned to a division, and it's hard to tell whether it's in the bail hearing room or not. That's probably a fix that we can effectuate. But he looked at the Division 13 cases because he knows that the judicial commissioners review most of those, and the ROR rate was fairly low. And based on that, he's concluding that judicial commissioners are more reluctant to ROR someone than the elected judges would be, is the conclusion on that. In terms of getting counsel sooner, one thing the standing bail order has done, it's made the public defender's office mighty busy. They get, because we want those defendants to be represented, because they're going to have a bail hearing right away, a day after their arraignment. They're arraigned as soon as possible, first court date after their arrest, and the judge generally, if they're not going to be able to get out, or if they're not sure they're going to be able to make that bond, the judge, he or she, will go ahead and appoint a public defender that day so that they can have representation the following day for their bail hearing. What was happening before was, in many cases, the judge would go ahead and appoint a public defender, but let's say the person was not quite sure, they might set it off a couple of days and say, well, we'll have you come back and we'll see if you've been able to talk to your family. Now, the push is to go ahead and get a counsel appointed. So that's why those numbers are up like that.
Yeah, so just on the council, in terms of you're asked how much has it changed? So on page 24 of our report, we look at the percentage of defendants who have counsel documented in Odyssey within 2 business days of that initial bond setting. Business day is effectively when when hearings are happening. That is something we did have to impute from the data. So effectively, we see, if you just want to compare the week before to the week after the standing bail order is effective, we see an increase from about 50% of defendants to about 63% of defendants. So it looks like it's at least a 12% jump. It may arguably be a little bit more when you look at a longer time span, but that's sort of the magnitude of the effect in terms of representation. On Division 13, Just to clarify the reporting issue a little bit, so, the data tells you who changes a bond level if it's changed. What it doesn't necessarily tell you is who makes a decision to not change a bond at bail review. So that's, really our major recommendation in terms of just documentation would be, if there's a bail review hearing, go into that initial bond if there's no change, and just effectively have some sort of indicator that says we had a bail review hearing on this specific bond and there is no change to this bond from the review hearing. That's probably a pretty simple change to the process that I think would do a lot to improve the precision of our estimates in this review section. And yes, on your last point was, it's a lot to digest, definitely. I'm happy to discuss this report again in whatever medium you may so choose, or find fit, or to answer any questions you might have today, or just shoot me an email, and I am ready to, I'm ready to help.
Commissioner Sugarman, to comment on that just briefly, about attorneys being appointed, or counsel being appointed to represent the defendants. I think that is one of probably I will say, maybe one of the fairest ways, or what distinguishes our bail setting process probably from any other in the state. And I tell people all the time that our process itself is better, because defendants are represented at a bail hearing shortly after their arraignment. And I don't think it's anywhere else in the state that they get in front of a magistrate or a judge that quickly with a lawyer. So I just wanted to say that makes our system, I think, the best in the state.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you and good morning. I have not had an opportunity to digest your document here. However, just skimming over it, I didn't see anything that related to my interest or my curiosity regarding racial or ethnic components in this report. Can you talk about that?
Sure. Yeah, we can certainly provide more numbers on that. We reported at least demographics of the case portfolio in our September report. We can certainly do that. I think so. I will say that when we look at the public policy impacts, we are controlling for demographic factors such as the race, sex, or age of a defendant. But yeah, that's certainly something we can dig more into.
So you mentioned public policy, but what about, have you controlled for socioeconomic factors?
Jonathan Bennett, University of Memphis. Unfortunately, I don't believe that there's really any there's, other than what we can gather from the affordable calculator data, I guess that's the only way we could potentially get at some semblance of socioeconomic data. One thing we find, and let me try to get the result. So when we look at, let me get the page. I know we have one result that looks at affordability of bonds over time. I'm having trouble finding it in my own report.
You can get to it later.
Yeah, I can email this in more detail to the commission. So one thing that's interesting about the system is the affordable amount, essentially the affordable calculator data. This is not something that judicial officers are seeing when they're adjudicating bail, but it is still a thing that's being collected for just statistical purposes, right? And so something we did look at briefly is affordability of bonds over time. I believe that this decreased a bit, but I need to look into my report a little more, and I'll reach out with more details on that.
Was that all, Commissioner Brooks? Oh, okay. Commissioner Clay Bibbs?
Thank you, Chair. So I do want to give the opportunity to our General Sessions clerk to answer some of the data questions. I think she's looking like she has things at the tip of her tongue, but I do want to make sure that that information is added into the conversation. Thank you, Chair.
Good morning, Tammy Sawyer, General Sessions Court Clerk. Thank you. Good, everyone. I just wanted to add really quickly, I had a chance to read the report before today as well, plus the report that came out from the state on Shelby County Judiciary overall. So with our data, right now, we are in the midst of signing several MOUs that had not been established between the General Sessions Court Clerk's office and other divisions for at least 3-4 years. And so we now have a signed MOU with the DA. We now have a signed MOU with the juvenile court, and also with Clerk Kuhn and I have been working very closely on a data repository. What I do want to share is that one of the reasons for this, for probably some of your difficulty with accessing some of the data is the same issue that the state has, is that there's not been a dedicated data person at General Sessions, and there's tons of data to comb through. And so even with the Memphis Crime Commission and the Public Safety Institute, we've been meeting with Bill Gibbons as well to ensure that they're getting the data that they've requested. And we have a chief data officer coming on board in 2 weeks who will pretty much lead the ship and is the reason I have this report. And so he is in the judiciary and has that experience and will be able to hit the ground running on this partnership and helping the judicial commissioners and the judges with getting that data. But to answer Commissioner Brooks' question directly, I as well am always invested and interested in the racial and socioeconomic components, and so that is also something as we build a data dashboard similar to what Commissioner Marshall was speaking to about the public having more access to information now. We will be building a data dashboard where the public will be able to pull that information and see that type of information, who's impacted in the community, and that's going to be both on the criminal and civil side. So we'll even be able to see who's, what districts are, facing the most evictions, what demographics are facing the most evictions. And so I'm excited about him coming on board and wanted to share that, but also to share that our office has this report and the state report and has read it and is going to be working in partnership to ensure that there is better access to our data moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Clerk, would you hang on just 1 second, Clerk? Sawyer, thank you for being here and thank you for sharing. That's really some really positive news. I was going to say that, so I've reached out to the comptroller's office about the report and wanted them to be here as well. And unfortunately, we weren't able to get that done, but hopefully at some future date that they can come and present on that report as well. But glad we're already working towards some of those things. I was going to ask if you are I understand that there's a joint, maybe a subcommittee of IT that is working on some of the, can you speak to that at all? And if you're serving on that committee?
I am. We have a special called meeting on that committee on April 15th or 11th, sometime in April. In the next 2 weeks, I just saw the email yesterday. So we have a special call meeting. The mayor is actually attending, where we will be talking to him about the ECM, the data control and the data reporting metrics. And so that's going to be moving a lot of us forward in the same direction. I will say that the current clerks of courts right now are, ever since I've been on board, we've been having several conversations and working in lockstep trying to ensure that our data systems are all speaking to each other, because as this report, shows you, and as well as the state report, the life cycle of a court case and the number of courts that it crosses. And so our court feeds into all of the other courts, whether it's on the civil or on the criminal side, which is why it's most important for General Sessions data to be accessible and available, because we are the feeder to the other courts. And so we've built really strong relationships, especially with Clerk Kuhn and Clerk Swearingen. And as I said, I just signed an MOU with Juvenile Court. We'll begin processing bonds for people who were held for failure to pay child support starting April 1. So our systems are going to be talking to juvenile court systems. That's been delayed for 4 years. When was COVID? 2022? No one remembers? Okay. Whenever COVID was, a decade ago, no. But we paused as a county any legal detention of people who were overdue on child support. And so Judge Sugarman wants to resume that, but our system has to be able to talk to their system. And so we have had to build a pretty rudimentary type of like Teams form to be able to do that, but we will begin processing that April 1st. As Judge Marshall shared when I was on the way, our system just went through an update, the Odyssey system, so we did have some glitches over the weekend, but our 24/7 team worked overtime alongside Shelby County Government IT to make sure that everything was in the system and all of our records are good to go.
Thank you so much for all that. I see no other commissioners in the queue at the moment, but we do have two comment cards. So if we could clear one space for public speakers. First up, I have Ron Walker. Mr. Walker, if you would give us your name and address, and you'll have, is it 3 minutes? Three minutes. Go ahead and hit the people button.
Thank you, sorry. Ron Walker, 1878 Laurel Lane, Germantown, Tennessee, 38139. I represent the Memphis Crime Beat, and I would like to thank the University of Memphis for this report, and particularly Dr. Bennett digging into more detail than the prior reports. Today, I'd like to add some clarity and context specifically to the section of the report that focuses on the rearrest. That's towards the end of the report. This report, as Dr. Bennett showed, the most recent data, the rearrest rate ranges from 12 to 21%, depending on the time frame that they focused on. And I do applaud Dr. Bennett for going to an extended period of time versus the 120 days that they used in the prior report. We think this rearrest rate is understated, and it's very simple. This report does not and cannot measure those crimes that are committed where nobody is arrested. We don't know who did the crime, therefore there can't be in the report. To put this into perspective, the preliminary data that we received from the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation showed that for 2024, only 17% of the criminal offenses were cleared. That's based on a 14% arrest rate, 3% cleared through other sources. 17% of the offenses were cleared. Further perspective, there were 111,000 offenses in 2024. 92,000 of those are not solved. We don't know who committed them. Therefore, they cannot be in that report. Therefore, that arrest rate is understated. We still feel the need to track the rearrest rate. I do like having it in the report. I like having the trending on that, but we would like to see a shift in the focus of some of the analysis to look more on the efficiency of the court system. As we mentioned this morning, the report that came out from the comptroller, the timing of that is perfect. We'd like to see tracked, for instance, the metrics: how long does a case take to be disposed? How many resets does that case have? Who asked for that reset? Defense, prosecutor, so on and so on. Simple example to put it in perspective: somebody goes out, steals a car, and gets arrested, and they're out on bail. Say they steal one car per month, and that case takes 12 months to process. That's 12 cars stolen. A more efficient court system, say that case takes 9 months, 9 cars stolen, 25% reduction in crime. More efficient court system, less crime. Perhaps that is a bad example to use based on the TBI data. Car thefts, 6% of those are solved, 6%. Breaking into cars, 2% of those are solved. The numbers are staggering. So we would like to see that type of focus. And since we can't get access to the data, I'm encouraged to hear what Clerk Sawyer said about the new data initiatives. That's very encouraging. We've been trying to get some data, and it's hard to get to. So if possible, if we could redirect some of the University of Memphis resources in the meantime to focus on the efficiencies, that would be helpful. The Comptroller's report fits perfectly with the mission of Memphis Crime Beat. We're focused on bringing accountability and transparency to the court system. We're trying to get more information out there and meeting with as many folks as we can. We would love the opportunity to meet with you, each of you on the board, to go through our mission and some of the more details of this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Leslie Taylor. Again, if you give us your name, address, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Hey, Leslie Taylor, 4315 Tuckahoe Road, Memphis, Tennessee, 38117. First of all, a big thank you to everyone that was involved in this reporting. This is fantastic. We recognize the need for evidence-based policy decisions. And this is super important work. We appreciate that you requested it. We appreciate that it was done. At Memphis Crime Beat, we're interested in this report because we believe there's actually widespread support for pretrial release under the following conditions. 1, judges and judicial commissioners can identify those who are not a threat to the community. 2, judges and judicial commissioners can identify those who will appear in court. And number 3, the conditions of release are tracked to ensure compliance. The bail hearing room was implemented in part because some felt the previous system didn't do a good job of identifying and releasing defendants who aren't a threat and will appear in court. The question is the bail hearing room better at identifying people who can be released safely and returned to court reliably better than either a judicial commissioner who sets initial bond or a judicial bail hearing? The report seems to indicate that the bail hearing room did not have an effect on failure to appear. Also, it cannot say with certainty that the bail hearing room affected rearrest rates. I'm hoping that going forward, Mr. Urbanek can continue to strive to answer those questions in his reporting. And further, the report didn't study the issue of compliance and pretrial conditions, which we would like to see explored. It's important to focus on data that can provide our community with assurances that the pretrial release system is operating effectively. Memphis Crime Beat recommends the following data points. Comparing judicial commissioners setting initial bail to judges conducting bail hearings to judicial commissioners conducting bail hearings, the following: percentage and number of defendants rearrested while on pretrial release, percentage and number of defendants who appear for all court dates, percentage and number of defendants who comply with pretrial release conditions. A final consideration should be the volume of hearings in the bail hearing room, and if that volume justifies the staff and facility. The public portal shows an average of about 11 hearings a day in the bail hearing room. Some of those are settled before the hearing, so the number of actual hearings is likely less than 11 a day. Given that there are 9 criminal general sessions judges and the general sessions dockets are normally completed by early afternoon, we wonder if there's capacity in the current system to conduct these hearings. In summary, we would like further investigation about whether or not, quote, better pretrial decisions are made via the BHR compared with initial bail setting or judicial review, and if there are alternative methods for completing bail hearings that would utilize taxpayer funds more effectively. Thank you all so much.
All right, thank you so much. I see no other commissioners in the queue. I did want to share some final thoughts, and maybe it looks like you have. You go ahead, Mr. Go ahead.
John Marshall, Judicial Commissioner. I just wanted to point out, like Commissioner Sugarman said, this is a lot of data. And if I may just point you to a couple of charts in the full report that I think give you a broad overview. And one of them's on page 7, bail setting decisions at initial screening time. That goes from the first quarter of 2021 all the way to the last quarter of 2024. And you can look at that. The number in blue is the rate of ROR, and the number in green is people that got money bonds. And I think that's a easy way for you to look and see, and I would argue it's been somewhat consistent over time, even before the standing bail order. And the chart below that shows the median bond value and how it's been somewhat consistent over time. It has gone up since the public safety law, HB 1642, went into effect July 1st of 2024, and essentially said that public safety has to be our number one consideration. And you might say, well, how did that thing change things? Well, it essentially gave us more discretion, I think, in making our decisions about whether we think this person poses a risk to public safety, and particularly in light of the nature of the offense. And I do want to respond in response to some of the comments that were made. I think this is lost a lot of the time. When the standing bail order was implemented, it required judicial commissioners to start having to make written findings when the initial bail was set. That is what we needed more staff for, more than anything. It only takes one person to operate the bail hearing room. We needed, it takes 3 times longer to set bail in the jail now. It's a very cumbersome process. We're the only commissioners in the state that are issuing written findings. And it's a good thing. It's a good thing. But it drastically changed our bail setting procedures and the time. We've had to add a person during the day and at night and a flex person just to set bonds. So I want that to be clear, that that's why the judicial commissioners needed more staff. The bail hearing room has been talked about. There is so much more to all of this than the bail hearing room. So I just want everyone to understand that the standing bail order required a lot more from the judicial commissioners than just staffing a bail hearing room. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Marshall, for that background. So I did want to state again that we expect to bring in the comptroller to further discuss their report as well, and thank you to those of you who worked with them to help them with their report as well. Thank you to all of you who are collaborating to bring us better data and more transparency in the court. Thank you certainly to Clerk Sawyer for your work on that, getting those MOUs signed. I think I'm just very pleased with that, that we have a responsibility to respond, because I think, one of the headline things that came out of that report, which, is not before us right this minute, but they pointed out that we had, like you said, Commissioner Marshall, more cases than the next 4, I think, combined. And so the volume is very, very high. But then also on top of that, the length to final disposition is very, very long as well. And so things are getting bottled up in our system. And too many people are languishing in jail, which the jail is an absolute nightmare right now. And so we have an obligation to fix this. So whatever we can do on the board, I would suggest, I think we're happy to work across the aisle to ensure that we're getting the data that we need for our court watchers, for the public, to be able to track these cases better, but just at the end of the day, to speed things up, so that victims aren't waiting and that the accused aren't waiting for their day of justice. Thank you, Clerk Sawyer.
One quick thing, Tammy Sawyer, General Sessions Court Clerk. You just mentioned the jail, and since I'm here, I'm just going to take a point of privilege. The air has been out for 3 days, and it's not just impacting the inmates, it's impacting, I know, that's what, you going to let me talk to her? It's not just impacting the inmates, it's also impacting our staff. The administrative building air is out as well. And then we had a downtown power outage yesterday, which exacerbated that. We've spent public dollars on fans to cool our areas, but then when the power goes out and the courts have to keep going. I mean, we couldn't stop court in the middle. The judges and judicial commissioners worked in the dark yesterday. And I mean, we had a medical emergency because we had an employee in general sessions who fainted and got sick, and an ambulance had to come. The new Division 7 courtroom, recently remodeled, brand new, is flooding. And so this is not to point fingers. I know I've been in contact with Chief Collins. I've been in contact with Sheriff Bonner and Chief Deputy Buckner. Everybody's aware of the issue, but, I know, Commissioners, you're not here all day, every day. I wanted to just put on the record, it was on the news yesterday, Fox 13 and Channel 5 reported it. Our staff is getting sick, and it's hot. It's 77 degrees outside, a high of 77 degrees outside today, and we can't cancel court. So we have to find a way to make sure that as we move into the summer months, not just our staff, but also the inmates in a crowded jail without heat. I know Chief Deputy Buckner and Sheriff Bonner are running fans and passing out water as well, but it's just not enough after 3-4 days. It's getting really, really hard for us to operate. Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Sawyer. We're certainly been following that with close interest. Had reporting from Chief Collins the last few days, and I guess they're installing some temporary replacement chillers, but that, certainly can't come fast enough. So thank you for your patience and doing all you can to keep people safe. Commissioners, I see no one else in the queue, so that will conclude this. We need a vote, don't we? Commissioners, cast your votes, please. If all members have voted, let's close the screen and report the tally.
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Sugarman, Mills, Wright, Brooks, Laurie. We have 6 aye votes.
Thank you. That item moves down with a favorable recommendation. Thank you so much. That concludes committee number 4.
I would like to call to order committee number 2, Public Works. Madam Parliamentarian, would you please read our first item?
Item 1 is a resolution approving a 3-year automatic aid agreement between the City of Memphis and Shelby County government for fire and rescue services within the Bridgewater, Rocky Point, and South Cordova areas. This agreement will commence upon execution through June 30th, 2027, and shall continue to automatically renew annually unless terminated by either party. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2025 fire enterprise funds in an amount not to exceed $1,300,000. Sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford Jr., this item was deferred in February 21st, 2025 committee meeting.
Thank you. If I could get someone to move this item and second it, please. Thank you. It's moved by Commissioner Wright, seconded by Commissioner Lowry. If you all would introduce yourself, you'll have the floor.
Cliff Norville, Public Works. Commissioners, good morning. Due to the hesitancy to support this particular provision for fire services for the subject area and the desire for more investigation into other options, the administration is requesting that we withdraw this resolution at this time, and we will return to you at a future date with another alternative.
Okay. I will move to withdraw this item. Can we do that without objection? Okay. Commissioner Brooks, you're recognized.
Thank you. In the meantime, Chief Benson, good morning. Where will the coverage for Bridgewater come from?
Chief Benson, Fire Department. Good morning. The Commissioner, the coverage will come from where it currently does now. There is a temporary fire station at Trinity and Germantown Road.
Okay.
That's where it comes from, and it will until we decide next steps.
Okay. But since there are two other locations within 4 minutes, then there's a possibility that, or there are options for Bridgewater, right?
Chief Benson, this resolution would have afforded those communities to access those resources that were closer, but apparently that's not the direction that we're going at the moment. So
No, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be rude. I'm just talking about Bridgewater, and I'm saying in the interim, since we do not have this agreement, will Bridgewater have access, just in case Trinity is busy, to the other 4-minute locations?
Chief Benson, so the way it currently works today, and it will even after today, that individuals at that temporary location, Trinity, Germantown, they will respond to Bridgewater if available. If they're not available, then the next closest resource will respond to Bridgewater, which is much farther away. After that, we have a station at Lakeland, and we have one near Eads, one in Egypt Central Road. So those will be the next closest. So we
Reese Road, in the one near Reese Road?
There is one, but that is a Memphis fire station.
Oh.
We would have agreed, we would have contracted with them to respond to Bridgewater, which is what this resolution would have done. But it will not. So the next closest resource will be much farther away.
So you're saying, I just need to make sure I can go, if someone asks me from Bridgewater, if Trinity, what's this system? Yeah. It's a little bit loud, but anyway, just want to make clear that if Trinity is unavailable, the closest would be Memphis, a Memphis facility. Are you saying that Memphis facility will not respond?
Chief Benson, Shelby County.
Reese Road.
Chief Benson, if we need Memphis on a call and I ask them, I sincerely doubt that they would refuse to respond to a call that we ask for assistance on. But what this resolution would have done, it would have automatically dispatched the closest fire truck to Bridgewater and other areas. But that apparently that's not without this resolution, that will not happen. So the next closest truck will be much farther away than that Memphis location.
And I hear you loud and clear. I support this resolution. My time is running out, and I just want people in Bridgewater who may be listening for this because of historically, not having fire services to come out to fires and structures being burned down. We don't want to send a message that if there's a fire in Bridgewater because we didn't pass this resolution, then we're going to go back and history is going to repeat itself. We're not sending that message, are we?
Chief Benson, we're going to provide the best possible service we can with the resources that we have. This would have been better because it would have been provided more resources closer and faster. That's not, without adopting this resolution, those Memphis resources won't be available for Bridgewater, so they'll wait on the next closest, which will come as quick as we can, like we do today. This would have been an improvement is all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so questions as far as Cordova. So have you all selected a site for the new Cordova Fire Station?
Cliff Norville Public Works. We currently own a site, but we are exploring our options for alternative locations that might be a little bit closer to the service area. And so we have several alternatives we're looking at, but we have not identified the specific site yet.
And what's the time frame for that?
Well, that'll be determined by available funding and budgeting for it and the time it takes to close the sale.
As far as selection, time frame for the selection process?
We have not identified a time frame for that just yet. We are exploring different opportunities.
Again, restate for the public, where's the money coming from, the amount that's available now, and what is needed.
Cliff Norville, Public Works. Commissioner, since our last meeting, some things have changed regarding the funding opportunities. And so at this current time, we cannot necessarily commit to the funding that was stated available at the last discussion due to activities at the federal level. There have been some opportunities or situations in our county budget that may need a reallocation of the available funds that were stated before. And so at this point in time, we are not in a position to commit any funding to this, and that is impacting our time frame.
Okay, I have a few follow-up questions. And so having said that, so can you tell us by Monday at least, what we're looking at as far as funding source? Are you talking about half? Are you talking about zero funding? Or all these resources have to come from the funding fees, fire fees rather, et cetera? Because that really is a concern, because last time we were here is what, there's 12.5 million?
Cliff Norville Public Works, I think the number that we quoted last time available was $15.6 million. But at the present time, we have had to step back from that because of potential other needs for that particular funding. And so that was the number that was stated, but right now, no monies are available for this. And the traditional method for funding construction projects for the fire department is purely from fire fees. And as we've stated before, the fire department, by nature of its operation, they operate on a cash flow basis from fire fees. And so for construction projects, we need time to accrue cash before we can enter into construction projects.
Is that all, Commissioner Sugarman? Okay.
I'm getting back in the queue.
Oh, and one more thing, Cliff Norville Public Works, you mentioned it was, if I was going to be there Monday to state that, if this resolution is withdrawn, the answer to that is no. We will not be there Monday for discussion if it's withdrawn today.
Okay. Commissioner Brooks, you're back in the queue on this item we're about to withdraw?
Yes,
hopefully.
please.
Okay. Commissioner Brooks, you're recognized.
Chief Benson, so just to be clear, without getting into the politics of this, does the federal funding issue have anything with the withdrawal of this resolution? Or is that something else?
Chief Benson Fire Department, I think Director Noble just spoke to it. At the end of the day, it comes to funding. The federal piece is a component in this, considering the uncertainty that's going on in D.C. So that we are trying to be mindful of those changes. And at this point, it's going to be best to sit that out to see how this will play out.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Sugarman.
Okay, although this is on the next resolution, this one's impacted, especially if it's withdrawn. So before it's withdrawn, I like to get these questions answered before we withdraw, or the vote to withdraw, what have you. Again, we have gone back and forth and talked about the fire station that we need in the Hickory Hill area. And you mentioned that that there's fire station in Hickory Hill was sinking and it's been reinforced. My question then becomes, is that reinforcement going to be a last-long reinforcement? And if so, would there be funding available to, since we can have a new fire station or stations, to maybe build out that particular fire station if we cannot build a bigger one? And that was the idea. And so my question then again is, number one, it's being reinforced, so it's not sinking anymore, from my understanding, the fire station that's serving Hickory Hill. The second question, now that's reinforced, can we build that one out to hold the capacity of 2 fire stations? And then the last question would be, would there be funding for that if we could just, build out, or if that's not a possibility?
Chief Benson, Fire Department. Commissioner, we certainly will determine the best course of action, for sure. In the meantime, we have people there, so we're going to make sure that those accommodations are suitable for those people there and most welcoming, and, they can do their job. To the extent that we motivate, renovate, build out would be something that we'd have to determine. So far, it doesn't look like that's the most feasible option, but we're certainly, everything's on the table. We're taking a look at everything, but I do want to say that in the meantime, public safety is dispatched from that location as it would be even if there were a new station there. So the resources to protect that community, they are there and responding as they would from any fire station. So the situation there is just the accommodations are not suitable for, or not adequate for the bodies that are there. That's the new station bill. But in terms of public safety and response, those resources are there and responding as they would were there a new station. But in the meantime, we are going to make sure to the best extent that we can, that those accommodations are suitable or okay for those people who are there. So, but in the meantime, we will be looking at what's the best course of action going forward too. So that's certainly on the table.
And can you please answer the question? The question was, number one, okay, it was sinking. The question was, now it's being reinforced, can we build out as a possibility if we can build out, period? Because my understanding is that we could not because of the situation. The second question was, would there be funding for that? Thank you.
Cliff Norville, Public Works. I'm going to answer the second question before the first question. The funding is not there now to do new construction. There is not funding there to do renovation. Other than what has been minor repairs, which are typically budgeted in the fire department annual budget. What you're asking us to do is to fully renovate that building. And the renovation costs today are on par with new construction. And so since the foundation was compromised, now we have taken steps in 2017 to stabilize the portion of the foundation which is under the apparatus floor, the apparatus portion of the building. It is stable. Does that mean that we want to expand that building and build on, renovate and potentially expand a building that has a compromised foundation? I'm not going to stand here in front of this microphone and say yes. The preference and the recommendation is to build a new station as opposed to renovating a situation where the foundation is unstable.
Thank you. And before we move on, we do have 3 appearance cards. This item is being withdrawn. Do these people still want to speak? Donna Barber, Betty Barber, or Patricia Postle? Okay, it's withdrawn. Y'all are good to, okay. I just wanted to, you do want to speak, Ms. Barber? Okay. We have a commissioner in the queue. Do you want to hear from them, or do you want to go real quick, Commissioner Clay Bibbs? Okay, Commissioner Clay Bibbs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Just for the record, because we're talking about a fire station, I just want for the record to just say the address so people can know exactly what location you're talking about. Because I think that, you start talking about a particular location and people aren't really clear around which one you're referring to. So just state the address for the record.
Chief Benson, shame on me for not knowing the exact Trinity the address, but it's at the corner of Trinity and Germantown Road.
No, I know that, but I'm saying the one that you were just speaking of regarding needing some work on, the Commissioner Sugarman was referring to, not the one that's in the resolution. So I'm saying we did a lot of talking about a fire station, but never stated the address of it, where it's located.
Forest Hill and Shelby Drive.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Clay Bibbs. Ms. Barber, if you would state your name and address, you'll have 3 minutes.
Am I on? Okay. My name is Donna Barber, and I've been up here before and spoken. Many of you were not here when I spoke back when this first started. I just want to say thank you so much for delaying this, because when we were told back in 2020 at the ribbon cutting at Trinity that we would get a new fire station, then they went ahead and purchased the property over on Macon, bought the equipment, and also hired the employees and did the temporary station at Trinity. And we see them every day rolling out. Now, I was born and raised in Memphis. I'm 69 and married to my husband for 50 years. So we've raised our children here. We've never left Memphis or Shelby County, period. So I just want to say thank you. I wish the only thing is that if there had not been the money here, then I wish we would have been told this years ago instead of coming up on the final hour and then telling us a year ago that there wasn't the money to build it, and maybe we would have had more time then to even look at other avenues and stuff. So my thank you to all of the commissioners for delaying this. And also, let me say one other thing. One of the important things, too, to my family is back when we moved out here to Bridgewater 28 years ago, we had the worst time if we had to call 911 because they couldn't understand that we were unincorporated. So they kept going back and forth, no, you're city, no, we're unincorporated. We were never, ever annexed into the city of Memphis, even though the papers and the news and everything says that we were. So, but it's hard. And now they're talking about, us wanting to go with the city fire department, but not include us in the ambulance at all. And so therefore, here we pick up the phone and we would call 911 and request an ambulance, but yet they'll want to know if we're unincorporated, that we're city. So we're going through this whole thing again. And then, if we need the fire department and they say we're unincorporated, yes, we're unincorporated, but we're using city. So there's a lot of details that still need to be worked out here. So I appreciate the delay so it'd be safe for everybody and we can work all through it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Barber. And again, this item has been moved to be withdrawn with no objection. Seeing none, this item is withdrawn. Madam Parliamentarian, would you please read item number 2?
Item 2 is a resolution of the Shelby County Board of Commissioners supporting the separate consideration of the Cordova and South Wind fire stations and prioritizing the construction of the South Wind fire station, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman. This item was deferred in February 21st, 2025 committee meeting.
Thank you. This item has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman and seconded by myself. Do you all have anything to say about this, or should I go straight to the sponsor? Straight to the sponsor. Commissioner Sugarman, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just want to say a couple of things before I withdraw this. And so, based on what you all stated, there's no money available. However, if this comes back, the Southwind Fire Station serves Hickory Hill, is that correct? Okay.
Chief Benson, yes, ma'am.
And so if it comes back, I implore that you all bring it separately as opposed together. If by some chance there's money available. The second request would be also that, is there any way to distinguish fire fees? Because, my constituents do not receive their fair return on their taxpayers' money. They're not seeing it in my district. There's no amenities, period. So having said that, if there's a way to distinguish the fire fees that, for example, that are collected in my district for the renovation, or to build, to your point, it's really, the same amount to build a new fire station as it is to build out one. The costs are about the same. So to distinguish fire fees that go, for example, to building a new fire station at Southwind and building a new fire station at Cordova, So I just wondered if there's any way to identify those fees, because, again, my constituents are concerned that, they're being overlooked time and time again, and they don't see return on their investment, which is taxes.
Cliff Norville, Public Works. Commissioner, it's unfortunate, but what you're suggesting is that we segment our Shelby County Fire Department by district. And that's really not a workable solution, because when we have a fire emergency, many times not only one station responds to that fire station, to that particular fire event. It requires additional support from other stations. And so there's not really a way to subdivide the fire department into that. The fire department operates as a collective fire department, and we support each other throughout the county.
Thank you,
so,
and that is correct, and that is
Yeah.
why I'm asking that you bring the Southwind Fire Station separately than the Cordova one. And so, having said that, I would like to withdraw this resolution.
Okay, it has been moved to withdraw this item without objection. No objection. This item will be withdrawn. We do have one appearance card on this item. Ms. Postle, did you want to speak on this since it's been withdrawn? Okay. All right. Director Norville, Chief Benson, thank you for being with us this morning. That will conclude Committee Number 2, Public Works.
I'd like to call to order Committee Number 5, Land Use Planning, Transportation, and Codes. Parliamentarian, could you read item number 1?
Item 1 is an ordinance first reading. Ordinance amending the Memphis and Shelby County Unified Development Code as adopted by Shelby County on August 9, 2010, to approve a zoning district change pursuant to Chapter 9.5 for property in unincorporated Shelby County located at 10-827 U.S. Highway 64, being case numbers Z 2024-011CO, sponsored by Commissioner Shante Avant.
Mr. Ragland? Oh, I'm sorry. Can I get a motion? I have a motion by Commissioner Clay Bibbs, a second by myself.
Good morning, Brett Ragsdale with the Division of Planning and Development. The applicant actually requested a hold on this case, and I believe that that was relayed. So at this point, we would like to request a hold for 2 weeks for this case.
Okay. So is there, yes, can I get a motion to defer this item to?
So today's March 26th, so the next would be April 9th. April 9th? March 26th. Or April, no, wait a minute. April 30th.
April 30th? No.
No. Okay, so then the April 9th. So the next one is March 20, no, the next one is April 9th, and then the next one after that is April 30th.
Okay, so could we, would you like a 2-week?
I believe they requested until April 9th.
Okay, so can I get a motion to, I'd like to make a motion to defer this to April 9th. Can I get a second? Second. A second by Commissioner Clay Bibbs. Can we do that without objection? All right, thank you, Mr. Ragsdale.
All right, thank you.
This concludes Committee 5.
Thank you so much. We'd like to bring to order Committee Number 6, Education Committee. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 1?
Item 1 is an ordinance second reading, joint ordinance of Shelby County Government and the City of Memphis to continue a program for high-quality early childhood pre-kindergarten, pre-K for all program through the appointment of a fiscal agent to provide strategy and oversight of distribution of funds on behalf of the county and city. This item requires the selection of a fiscal agent who will ascertain the source of private, state, and/or federal funding. Sponsored by Chairman Michael Whaley, Commissioner Brittany Thornton, Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs, Commissioner Erica Sugarman, Commissioner Mikkel Lowry, Commissioner Shante K. Avant, Commissioner Charlie A. Caswell, and Commissioner McWright.
Thank you so much, Madam Parliamentarian. Can I get actually a mover? I'll move it. Can I get a mover, someone real quick? Thank you, and I'll second it. Thank you, Commissioner Mills. All right, Dr. Thomas, thank you for being with us today. I I think we're getting your presentation, so you can go ahead and get started.
Thank you. Good morning. Dr. Candace Thomas, First State Memphis, 1350 Concourse Avenue, Suite 481. You all remember the joint ordinance is to expand our pre-K efforts in the community to include 3-year-olds. So this would expand our efforts to have 3- and 4-year-olds, and it would be regardless of income. And so our goal is to really reach those families that have been excluded from pre-K due to income limits. I do request that we move to substitute the item or amend the caption as this is a joint ordinance, the city asked for the caption to be updated to reflect pre-K for all as a policy statement. And I have a new caption for you if you want it right now. I can say it or I can give it to you.
Can you say it so that the listening audience can hear it, and then you can give it to Madam Parliamentarian?
Okay, great. Thank you. The new caption reads, Joint Ordinance of Shelby County Government and the City of Memphis to continue a program for a high-quality early childhood pre-kindergarten for all.
Thank you.
So that's just the caption, is the only thing that's different? Okay, thank you. Did you move the substitute and get a second?
Well, that's what I was going to ask. Do we need, since, is it drastically different where we need to substitute it? Okay. All right, so I move to substitute the caption. Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Okay. Can I accept that without objection? All right, thank you.
Thank you. We have 2 commenters this morning, Madam Commissioner.
All right. Dr. Thomas, if you don't mind, we need to take a brief recess.
Okay.
All right, so if I'm going to say 10 minutes.
They need to conclude this. We can just recess it and open
Just take it, okay, thank you. You doing okay?
Oh, that's why you're doing it.
Yes. Okay. So we're going to just take a quick recess. Instead of 10, make it 5 minutes. And then that way, we will be back. A quick recess for all. Thank you.
Oh, they don't want all the rest of it. Okay, so just for all, period, and then just the sponsors. Okay, okay. Okay, I got it.
You're under arrest. Ain't safe.
I think we've been official identity, not in person, just email.
Because right now, it's more than
All right, we're going to bring committee number 6 back to order. Dr. Thomas, you make your way back. Thank you so much. Just for the record, so that our current clerk can have it for record, this item was moved by Commissioner Mills originally, a second by myself, then a substitute caption came in. Madam Parliamentarian, do you have everything you need regarding the caption?
Yes, ma'am, and I'm just going to restate for the record that the substitute caption for item 1 ends, well, the statement is, the substitute caption is joint ordinance of Shelby County Government and the City of Memphis to continue a program for a high-quality early childhood pre-kindergarten, pre-K for all, period. And then the sponsors remain the same, sponsored by Chairman Michael Whaley, Commissioner Brittany Thornton, Commissioner Ms. Clay Bibbs, Commissioner Erica Sugarman, Commissioner Mikkel Lowry, Commissioner Shante K. Avant, Commissioner Charlie Caswell Jr., and Commissioner Mick Wright. That substitute was moved by Commissioner Bibbs and seconded by Vice Chair Avant, and I believe that was done without objection.
It was. All right, thank you so much. All right, Dr. Thomas, there you go. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We actually have 2 comment cards this morning for the second
I do have the
reading.
appearance cards, but I wanted to make sure you finish your presentation first.
Thank you.
Before we go into appearance cards.
Thank you. So the only addition I wanted to make today was to actually celebrate this as a really big innovation for Memphis and Shelby County. There are approximately 5 other cities in the United States that has pre-K for all: Boston, New York City, Washington, D.C., Santa Fe, and then there are several states that have pre-K for all. So this would be a big, something really big to celebrate for Memphis and Shelby County when this ordinance passes.
Thank you so much. I do want to ask one question before I go to the appearance cards. Based upon the new caption, I think there were a couple questions last go around about a fiscal agent. Has there been more conversation around the process of that, or is there a particular one that you are? I just want us to be very clear because we had a lot of feedback on the first reading about the fiscal agent portion. So can you give me any just statements or information around that?
Yes. The city and county selected First State Memphis as your fiscal agent 6 years ago to implement and work on this project on behalf of both the city and county. We've had 2 professional services agreements with you all, and we are up for renegotiating our next agreement. When this ordinance is passed, hopefully, then we will come to you around the professional services agreement.
Thank you so much. All right, now we'll go to the 2 appearance cards. The first one is Jill Torres. If you can come up, state your name and your address for the record. You will have 3 minutes.
Cool. All right. Hi, I'm Jill Torres, 226 East Edwin Circle, 38104. I'm the Director of Student Supports at Memphis Grizzlies Prep. I come before you as a Memphian, parent, educator of 16 years here in Memphis. And I want to begin by sharing the impact of what Pre-K for All would actually have as my primary job as a mother of 2 under the age of 4. Currently, we pay $2,500 a month in daycare for 2 children while my husband attends TCAT and I work towards my master's degree. Families in Shelby County spend a significant portion of their income on childcare, with some studies suggesting that families spend 20 to 25% of their income on childcare expenses each month. While the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services considers anything over 7% as unaffordable, our household currently pays 31% of our income on available childcare, just available childcare. That is over 4 times the amount that has been determined as unaffordable. If pre-K for all was available to me and other Memphians and Shelby County residents today, that would mean that $1,000 or $150,000 extra dollars would be put towards our properties here, the community, and our local economy. Thankfully, my eldest child was just accepted into the only non-income-based free public pre-K program in the city, Libertas School of Memphis. While I am thankful that that exists, I'm also concerned that others don't have that same opportunity. This school, as a Montessori school, I'm really excited about my child to discover the conceptual understanding of numeracy as well as develop a love for reading. The time she will spend with independent play will help her build real-world problem-solving skills and social skills that we all desire. While the financial impact of Pre-K for All would be significantly impact for local families, it would also have a transformative impact on the children of Shelby County. As the Director of Student Supports at a local middle school, I support students who have both academic and social-emotional needs. In Memphis, I've seen how foundational numeracy, as well as decoding needs of my middle schoolers, are the primary reason for their academic struggles. Much of the content knowledge gaps that have been identified are usually around 2nd or 3rd grade instructional skills, but as 7th and 8th graders, that means that those students are 5 or more years behind their nationally normed peers. Most of these students didn't get an opportunity for a quality early childhood experience. Pre-K for All would ensure that every child in Memphis and Shelby County has an opportunity for a prosperous and successful start to a formative education, regardless of their income level. Pre-K for All has an opportunity to truly transform Shelby County. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Torres. I appreciate you. Thank you. All right, we do have another appearance card, and that's Ms. Robin Mayweather. If you can come up, state your name and your address for the record.
Good
Good morning. Good morning. I am Robin Mayweather, 3311 Kimball Avenue. And what was the other thing I needed to say?
That's it, just name and address for the record.
All right.
All right, you have 3 minutes. Pay attention to the timer at the bottom.
Thank you. Well, I think I'm going to have to pivot as she stole my thunder with the need for pre-K. I am a 22-year owner-operator of a pre-K program. And I am excited just to be here that pre-K is on the minds because for so long we have overlooked our little babies. Yes, it is important. Most times when we think about pre-K, we think about a single mom needing childcare. Well, I'm here to tell you, if you look at the rates of the city, double household incomes cannot afford pre-K. I hate to drive down the street and see children sitting on the porch, or if we're at dinner, there are young children with their families because they're not in a quality pre-K. Approving this will allow more families, working families, not to feel like they have to stay at home and cannot work, will allow them to be able to work while their children afford quality pre-K. I would be remiss if I did not say anything about Dr. Thomas and how she leads First Aid. I think you would never go wrong with First Aid Memphis as your fiscal agent. I have partnered with every partner with pre-K, and by far, this has been the best. They lead with the children at mind. They don't lead with dollars in mind. What's best for children. They support partners. It's a true partnership. They have heard me say that sometimes the partnerships feel like a bad relationship. When I sit next to Dr. Thomas, I know that she is concerned. She and her team provide quality education additional education for our teachers. I'm afforded the ability to give insurance, pay a portion of insurance for my teachers. Other partnerships, I've not been able to do that. My teachers feel like they matter under First Aid. The training they receive is quality training. They've been able to grow. And so for me, this is very important as a 20-year person in pre-K, a Memphian, and as we look to continue to grow and develop our young children, I think that we have to approve this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wayweather. I could hear your passion. And so, Ms. Torres did not necessarily take your thunder. I think this is, both of you spoke very well about this item. And I can attest to your work. I've known you for probably that amount of years because
Yes,
you have done
you have.
that pre-K work. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we do have one commissioner in the queue, Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you. Just one question in reference to, there's a state bill that's been proposed that requires, well, not requires, but will give access to what they call universal preschool program in one section of the bill, and then another section it's called universal child care. So I guess I need to know and understand what's the difference, because they're talking about what you're seeing here, free daycare. Well, the proposed bill will require every school district to create a fully funded pre-kindergarten program available to all 4-year-olds in the community. Enrollment would remain optional for parents, and of course, it would be free. So I just need to know the difference.
The difference between those two bills or the one that we're
It's just one
proposing?
bill.
Oh, that,
Universal
okay.
pre-K.
Okay, thank you. Well, given the history of this legislative body, we don't expect that the bill will pass, unfortunately. If it did, then we would be proposing a different way to organize pre-K for all for Memphis and Shelby County. I can get you more details about the bill specifically, but given all of the advocates that we know in Nashville, we don't expect that bill will pass for early learning across the state, regardless of income.
Okay, so what do you base that on? Just, so that I'll have more clarity and understanding.
Sure. Over the past 3 years of this legislative body, there has not been any any substantive bills passed on behalf of early learning in the state. We have also seen that there, as you know, very little funding to expand early learning. For instance, the voluntary pre-K program has not seen an expansion in Tennessee in the number of seats nor the number of dollars since 2009. And so given that track record, education advocates don't foresee that there's going to be any expansion in early learning.
Okay, well, based on that, I guess that's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Thank you, Dr. Thomas. There are no additional, Vice Chair Avant.
Dr. Thomas, again, I appreciate your advocacy in this matter, and obviously, it really is a monumental step for us as a county to be able to have universal pre-K. And for all of those families who are what we consider sometimes the working poor, this will be such an opportunity for us to provide some very needed resources to, those who are living in Shelby County. And so I'm in full support of this. I think it is the right path to help us make sure that our students are ready for kindergarten, which ultimately helps them to be reading by third grade, reading on level by third grade. So again, I support this, and thanks for all of the folks who came out to actually speak and add context again from individuals who are experiencing this each and every day.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Vice
you.
Chair Avant. All right, thank you, Dr. Thomas. At this time, Madam Clerk, can you please prepare our screens for voting? Madam Clerk, can you please tally our votes?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Wright, Avon, Chairman Whaley. We have 4 aye votes. Correction. We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Sugarman, Wright, Avon, Chairman Whaley. We have 5 aye votes.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. We actually have an add-on for committee number 6. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 2?
Item 2 is an add-on item. Item 2 is a resolution to establish an advisory board to consult and provide expertise in support of the Memphis-Shelby County School Board, sponsored by Commissioner Shante Avant and Chairman Michael Whaley.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. Can I move by Vice Chair Avant, a second by Chairman Whaley? Thank you so much. I will hand it over to Chairman Whaley to discuss this item.
All right, well, I was going to defer to Vice Chair Avant, and I'll add my commentary, but would first like to defer to her to introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This particular resolution is really aimed at providing some support to our Memphis and Shelby County School Board. We all have witnessed a series of events, actually since January of this year. And it was my position then, it is my position now, that in order for us to be focused on students in this community, there has to be, one, a functioning school board, but also as the funding body, there has to be support for the duties that that school board needs to carry out. With the recent events that have happened, I think the public has told us in many different ways that it is important to engender that trust, to rebuild trust, not only in our local school board, but also that this commission has a responsibility as the funding body to support what accountability could look like. So as a result of that, I think we want to make sure that from a local standpoint, there are things that this body could do and support in the form of an advisory committee to provide support to our local school board in specific areas, governance, operations, academic support. But I also think it's really, really important that this is a path forward from a local standpoint, because a state takeover would be detrimental to us and in this community. I know that we've had conversations on this commission. We've had commissioners who said they don't know what we're fighting for. They said they have no trust in our school board, but they were duly elected. And I think we want to make sure that we do not start to impede on a democratic process. And this resolution provides what I hope my colleagues see as support, accountability, and a way forward to rebuild trust with our community. And rebuilding trust with our community, I think, is key for the parents, for the teachers, for the principals, for the folks who work, in the district office, for the grandmother who is watching as her son or granddaughter comes home from school. There has to be a way that we rebuild trust, and I think that this commission does have a responsibility to lean in and support in that way. So I'll defer the rest of my time.
Thank you, Vice Chair Avant. Chairman Wiley, you're next in queue.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll certainly echo the comments from Vice Chair Avant, just to sort of summarize this. Now, this item itself will likely be further fleshed out prior to being voted on in a commission meeting. But just want to highlight three components of this that I think are all very important. And in many ways, this proposal contrasts with a lot of the narrative we've heard, which is generally one-sided one way or the other. So what this does is three things. One, it recognizes that there is a challenge. Okay, there is a problem to solve. There is an opportunity for growth. Number one. Number two, it opposes the current proposal from the state that involves a very large-scale intervention that would usurp democratic control for a period up to 6 years. So that takes the power away from the people, but it also discourages good people from running for office. It discourages people from voting for good people for office if the public feels like their voice doesn't have a say in the democratic process. And then third, most importantly, is that it proposes a local solution that is real, that brings together experts that can help identify real opportunities in various domains to not only improve outcomes for students, which again, we must focus on student outcomes, but it also ensures that trust can be rebuilt within the community by seeing real results being proposed. So when we first brought this debate up, I strongly believe then, and I still believe today, that our conversation needs to be focused on solutions of actually trying to work to solve the problem. So my hope is that this can be an opportunity for some local leadership, for us to be able to take control of our own challenges in Shelby County and put really good people in place to help consult and advise our certainly duly elected board members to try to improve outcomes for the students of Shelby County. So again, I think it's important that we have all these components within this resolution, recognizing a problem, opposing the current iteration of the state proposal, but then we can't do that, I don't think, without offering a solution ourselves. So thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chairman Wiley. Commissioner Wright, you're next in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I certainly do appreciate the sponsors for your approach to wanting to bring solutions, for taking accountability for what is transpiring and trying to bring some steady guidance and leadership. So please hear me when I say that. I do appreciate that approach and the desire to improve governance. Certainly, we can use that. I'm also, I'm not Mr. Gung-ho on the particular plan being discussed. I would prefer that we prioritize ability to immediately recall these school board members and leave that in the hands of the voters. My concern with this resolution, as I'm just now reading it, but are a couple. One is that there is there's no indication on the current school board, from my perspective, that they give a damn what anyone on this board believes or what the public believes. And we know that because they plowed through their decision, which they made in secret, to terminate the superintendent and would not pause to listen to this board that funds them and improves their budget, would not listen to the public, would not even listen to the kids. So I have a problem with that because I don't think they're willing to listen to any outside voice. And our kids are suffering for that. The second is we've been down this road before, appointing a special advisor for a chronically absent department that over and over fails this county, refuses to do the job. Our county clerk's office is still an absolute disaster. It's not the fault of the person we appointed. She was a lovely individual and she had great ideas. But the clerk did not act on those ideas because she didn't listen. She doesn't listen to anyone. And it's the same damn problem we have on the school board. So I oppose this resolution.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. Vice Chair Avent, you're in the queue.
Thank you. And I think that same passion that Commissioner Wright has brought to this discussion is the same passion I bring in this resolution, that we don't really have a choice not to do anything because our kids are depending on us. And because we have heard loud and clear this community talk about they need to feel like their elected bodies are coming up with solutions and some form of accountability. I've heard that loud and clear. I also want to make sure that when we think about something like a state takeover, the ramifications of that will be felt for generations to come. Generations. It is not something we want to give up to folks in Nashville. It is hugely important that the people of this community have a vested interest in how we are supporting and educating the kids in this community. And so for that reason, I think this resolution is a step for us to, one, acknowledge that there is a problem and has been a problem, and secondly, move towards some solution. And if we are, just even in the last 3 months, again, we want to make sure that this is about where we are as a district now, not where we were 3 months ago or 2 months ago, but where we are now. And where we are now is that we want to support the folks who were duly elected to do their job and to do their job well. Our kids are depending on us to do that, right? So I don't think that we have an option of not doing anything. And I'm hopeful that people see this in the true intent from me as a commissioner and hopefully, also from my co-sponsor, is this is a way to partner with our school board to get us back on track, back to centered, student-focused, student-centered, because the goal is we're supposed to be improving educational outcomes for our students, right? That is what all of us hope to do. But I think it is important for us to know that if we give up and throw our hands up and say, let the state take over, we're asking for a set of problems that we do not want. We're asking for a heavy-handedness, a disregard for Black and brown children who are mainly being educated in this community, that is not something we want.
Thank you, Vice Chair Avant. Commissioner Brooks, you're in the queue.
Thank you, ma'am. Just having received this add-on, of course, if my understanding is correct, this resolution is about maintaining local control and about centering this whole conversation about our children. That would be my understanding with just a cursory review of this add-on. But I believe that it is important for me to make comments based on my record of service to children, specifically as a teacher, as a member, an employee of the juvenile court, as a member of the Tennessee House of Representatives, and serving now again after one term, 8 years on this body, again, 2 more years. So the state is proposing a board, and a board is being proposed here with this add-on. And I think it's important for us to understand the state action that I thoroughly oppose. It's justified. They are justifying it. I'm not justifying it. I don't think it's justifiable. But they are using an action by this board as criteria for takeover. And that action was a vote of no confidence. So in order for us to be serious about providing substantive solutions and intervention to maintain local control and keep the whole debate, the argument centered around our children, it will be necessary for us to rescind the no confidence vote. The no confidence vote is exactly what the state was looking for and what they got, and it came from us. And in order for them to take us serious and not have any justification, whether it is, whether it's good or bad, is for us to take away that justification, rescind the vote of no confidence. So I'd like to offer an amendment to do just that at this time. I'm moving and I need a second. I need a second to rescind the no confidence vote. Okay, it's been moved and properly seconded by, who seconded? I did. Oh, thank you. Commissioner.
Object.
So, so let me get us back on task. So Commissioner Brooks is offering an amendment to this particular resolution. I made a second to it. Commissioner Mills has objected that. We're now in discussion of this amendment. Okay. So we do have 2 commissioners that are in queue, but are you in queue to talk about the amendment? I know you were in there already, so I just want to make it clear on if I call you, we're discussing the amendment only.
Yeah.
Chairman Whaley.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, again, I just want to reiterate the concept earlier where, again, I think multiple things can be true. Okay, so we can acknowledge the fact that things aren't going as well as we might have hoped they are, right? They're not going as well as our kids and our community deserves. That can be true, but what can also be true is that we want to offer up a solution. All right, a solution that is locally driven, that is student-centered, that is focused on outcomes. So that is what this does. All right, it acknowledges that there's a problem. It's okay to say that, but it's also important that I think we offer some solution versus either just saying, no, nothing to see here, or no, we don't like what the state is proposing. What are we going to propose? So all three of those things happen in this resolution. It also doesn't prohibit the recall legislation that we're moving. Right, we have a change the ordinance to the county charter to be able to do that. There's also companion state legislation being run to allow for that to happen. But that becomes moot if elections no longer matter. So I think we need to understand the nuance here, and again, rooted in what's best for student outcomes. But I think an opportunity for us to show leadership by acknowledging that multiple things can be true at the same time. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chairman Whaley. Commissioner Sugarman, you're in the queue.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. So on the motion I'm talking to, and the reason why I object is for several reasons. And because, number one, when we voted for no confidence in the school board, the next meeting they came back and they decided to reinstate a charter school with only 12 students. And this is right after we had voted for no confidence. And so I still have no confidence in the school board, so that has not changed. And then also, as far as the state, I do not agree in state takeover either. And I want to say that for the record. According to the bill that I have in my hand, as a matter of public record, it says the Tennessee Public School Accountability Act. The Commissioner of Education may take one or more of these actions. Number one, 30% or more of the schools managed and controlled by the LEA's local Board of Education were assigned a D or F. Check. Number two, the LEA is in the bottom 5% of school district performance statewide. Check. Number three, 25% or more of the students enrolled in the LEA or MSCS are chronically absent. Check. The last and fourth item, no confidence by this board. Check. So one of those four. So it does not matter if we rescind or not. But what it does do if rescinded is send the message that we're flip-flopping as a commission. Now, Chair Whaley stated on record that this would allow us to move forward and show the state that we can support our local Shelby County School Board. Having said that on record, I've talked to several of the state legislators. They want to work with us, the commission. They want to work with Memphis Shelby County Schools. They want to work with city councilmen and the municipalities. We all need to come together, all of us, because our children matter. Our communities matter. Now, having said all that, I still have a vote of no confidence, but I also do not support a state takeover. And so I would support this resolution, but not as amended. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Brooks, you're back in the queue on this amendment.
Thank you. Let me just add that if we're going to be serious about this, this is a serious issue, so let's get serious. I understand the add-on. I can support the add-on, and I agree with Chairman Whaley. More than one thing, multiple things can be true. But having said that, there still exists the state rationale for the takeover. And we keep saying we want to maintain local control. You want to respect other elected bodies. Then if we want to do that, it's not about flip-flopping. You can evolve in your thinking, and it doesn't equate to flip-flopping. Sometimes, in the heat of the moment, when the public is excited, and there's excitement in the room, maybe some votes are cast that weren't thoroughly thought out. So again, if we believe that this add-on says that we need to take away the state's justification for a takeover by doing something substantive, and this is all good and fine, but we need to first of all do the main thing, which is rescind that no confidence vote. That sends the message that we are not going to be, as an elected body, taking away or passing a no confidence vote or being negative toward another elected body, a body elected by the same constituents that elected us. It's imperative that we rescind this no confidence vote to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Mills.
Thank you. The school board has done nothing to restore my confidence in them to make rescinding the vote of no confidence. The vote of no confidence was taken when there was no recall process for the people. The vote of no confidence was taken to say, hey, school board, you better wake up because you are opening up everybody's eyes to what's going on here, and you're not listening to the community. You're not listening to your advisors, who are the parents, the students, the community. They weren't listening to them. So that and the Fraser halt was just to say, hey, wake up, pay attention, don't rush into this decision you're making. They didn't listen to anybody. They still went full force into that decision that had obviously already been made. And if and I hope there's not enough people on this board to rescind the vote of no confidence, but if it is rescinded, all the state's going to do is amend the legislation. It's not going to stop or halt anything, and it's not a state takeover. It's an intervention. Some could even call it a stewardship, is what it is. It's caring about the students to change things for them. Not changing things is unacceptable. That's casting the students aside and not caring for them. Change has got to happen. And the vote of no confidence is not what brought in the state. To our colleague's point, there are many other things that have brought in the state at this point. We have too much on the line here in Shelby County to continue the education that our students are getting. It has got to get better. We've got to do better at the ballot box, Shelby County. Stop voting for people who are not qualified for positions that they're running for. The running for it's the fun part. Then the work starts, and we've got people holding offices that can't do the work. So I do not support rescinding this. We've got to stay strong. We've got to put our kids first. This is not about helping our friends out, clearing their record out, or anything. So I do not support the vote of rescinding the vote of no confidence. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mills. Vice Chair Avent, you're back in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to make sure that we are centering what is important, and that is that we're focused on our kids. But what gets lost sometimes in this narrative is what a state takeover, and it is a takeover, what a state takeover means for this community. It means we have no autonomy to support and educate our kids. And unfortunately, my colleague who serves a municipality may not understand that the same way that folks who are living in this city understand it. And to the extent that you have folks coming in from the state who, over the years, decades, have proven to us time and time again, they do not care about our kids. They do not care about our kids. And if we think that allowing folks who do not care about our kids can come in and, one, take over a $2 billion organization, right? So if we're talking about what's really at stake here, it's a $2 billion organization and a lot of property that Memphis and Shelby County Schools owns. So when we say, and really it's disheartening to me that folks who are serving these kids could actually allow or think it's okay to allow the state to come in and take over our district.
That is disheartening to me. And the fact that we know a lot of this is going to be pushed about charters and vouchers and creating a better pathway for our district to just become a charter district. And I hope you all are thinking about that from the perspective of the people who are employed by this district. Memphis Shelby County Schools is the second largest employer in the city. So if we're giving up all control and autonomy, we are also saying we don't care as much about the people who work for this district. Don't be we cannot go into decisions with blinders on to not know what is really going on here. We have to be smarter on behalf of our kids and to do check, check, check. What? We are supposed to be caring about this district. We are supposed to be helping to provide solutions. But if we've given up, shame on us.
Thank you, Vice Chair Avant. Before I go to you, Commissioner Brooks, I do want to just take the opportunity because the last three commissioners that are in the queue have already talked on this item 2 times. So, on this amendment. Okay. Well, I'm still taking my point of privilege as the chair of this committee. Do want to state this because I definitely agree with everything Vice Chair Avant just stated. When you think about the idea that the school district is second in employer as far as Shelby County, but it used to be a time when it was third in the state. So imagine the amount of people that will be impacted when you talk about a state takeover. The reality of saying that it's a lot of passion that's happening on this issue. I, am trying my best to run the committee, but at the same time, be very clear on my thoughts around what this looks like. Some of my colleagues who happen to be so passionate about this issue probably have never stepped foot in any of our communities in which these schools are in, let alone clearly look at this work as something that they should support in a way in which they're helping the families, the teachers, and the students in those communities outside of them showing up to a committee meeting and a regular commission meeting on a Monday and making votes. Where's the work other than the talk of what I want as an adult? So for me, anything that suggests that there should be something that takes out the democratic process of what it means for local control is outrageous to me. I support this particular resolution. There's a lot of things, to Chairman Whaley's point, all things can be true at the same time. There are things in here that I don't necessarily love, but there are things in here that I understand we have to take action
Point
in
of
a way.
information. Point of information. Are you speaking to the amendment?
I am. Which are the things in which Commissioner Brooks brought up as to why she brought up the idea of changing the amendment. Now, we're at the point now, we have other commissioners that are in the queue. We can vote the amendment up or down, and then from there, we'll be able to go back to the main motion. The reality of it is, again, the passion right now, I think, is coming from adults, and we're not necessarily thinking about the future of what will happen regarding the state takeover. Commissioner Brooks, you're next in the queue.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll just be very brief. I want to go back and just bring you back to the previous speaker around pre-K. And when I brought up the House bill, the bill that the state is considering regarding universal pre-care, and what did she say? Well, the state has been talking about universal pre-care for more than 3 years, but they have yet to do anything, and we don't believe, we, meaning that first state group that she was representing, we don't believe they're going to pass anything. So that point, those comments right there, let you know right there where the state's mind is in terms of our children. So what one of my colleagues said, this is not for the state about children and families of Memphis and Shelby County schools. This is about that $1 billion budget, ensuring vouchers are implemented the way they want it implemented. take the BEP funding formula. It's needed overhauling for years. It's totally archaic. Have they done anything about it? No. Take a look at the leadership. Take a look at the leadership of this takeover. You got fellows and girls from little towns whose population may be the size of my district. They have no clue about the needs of our children in our schools, the culture of our children in our schools, the culture of our county, of my district, of your district, of most of our districts, except maybe a couple, maybe 4. So I'm saying all that to say that, yes, we need to work with our school system, and yes, this add-on would be great. It has some substantive things here. But to take away the state's justification, we need to rescind the vote of no confidence. I'm not sending the message that we can't work with them. I'm not sending the message that we need to just discard them. I'm sending the message that I want to work with them. I understand that something has happened, and we need to fix it. We need to fix it locally and not give the state justification to come in here and snatch away MSCS billion-dollar budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you, Chair. And this is my second time speaking. And so this is to the amendment of no confidence or rescission of the no confidence. I spoke to Karen Kemper as well as other state representatives, and they said the rescission will not have any impact because the other 3 things are still in place. Number 1, 30% or more schools managed receive a D and F. In 2023 and 2024, 38.7 schools in our district received a D or F. Number 2, we're in the bottom 5% of the state. Memphis Shelby County Schools is in the bottom 5%. According to TalkBeat in 2021-22, we were, according to MSCES, our own data, 25% or more students enrolled are chronically absent. 40% are chronically truant. What that means, when you're truant, you have 5 or more unexcused absences. And as a classroom teacher, over 26 years, I've taught over 7,500 students. And the students that do not do well are the ones who are chronically absent. You cannot teach children who are not there. And so I feel the impact when policies are made at the school board, because it's classroom teacher. You have to follow policy, whether it's at the local level, state level. And so again, even if we do rescind it, that's not going to stop the state. However, I think it should be managed at the local level. And I do not agree that we should rescind this, because according to the state representatives that I spoke with, it would not make a difference. In fact, it would send the wrong message. And I do support the recall that they're doing, but it's not just for school board members. It's for county elected officials, whether it's a commissioner, one of my colleagues or myself, the mayor, or any county elected official. I think voters should have the right to determine who they want to represent them. You know? I stand on my voting record, and I'm not a flip-flopper. And I think our children do deserve best. Educators deserve better as well. Thank you.
Commissioner Mills, you're next in the queue.
Thank you. Second time on the amendment. The fear and division that you're seeing, oh, they don't understand, they're out in the munis, they don't go to these schools. Well, let me tell you, us in the munis, we don't tolerate this. We don't tolerate our students not being prepared for higher education or for the workforce. So saying you want to rescind the vote of no confidence, you're good with that. I'm not good with that. I don't have to have a kid in that school system. I do have Memphis Shelby County schools in my district, and I do set foot in them. So the fear and division that people place so that we don't come together to try to better Memphis and Shelby County, we have got to be fed up with that. We have got to stop tolerating that because it is used time and time again. And then we have the race card too, black and brown. Well, it was black women who ousted the black superintendent. Remember that. It's not the municipality people, no. The state intervention has to stop the not serving our children, not giving the teachers the resources we need. And all these jobs, are they jobs for Friends program that aren't producing for our kids? I do not support rescinding the vote of no confidence. It's a poison pill for this resolution to the sponsors. And with that, there's no one in the queue, so I would call the question on the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's where we are. We're at a point of being able to vote the amendment up or down. Madam Clerk, can you please prepare our screens for voting? Madam Clerk, can you please tally our votes?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Brooks, Avant. We have no votes from Commissioner Sugarman, Mills, Wright, Thornton, Whaley. We have 3 aye votes, 5 no.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. That motion for that amendment fails. Now we're actually back on the main motion, but I do have a comment card, so I'll go ahead and give the gentleman the opportunity to speak on the item as we're back on the main item. Bennett Foster, come up, state your name and your address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes. Make sure you turn your microphone on. It's the one with the person.
Bennett Foster, 103 North Rembert. I just want to, it's unfortunate that the rescind did not go through. We have, I work with Tennessee Education Association and Ed Trust in Nashville. These are experts on legislation, and, this is something that I just want to stress. The amendment came out last night that Mark White is proposing. Not much has changed from the initial proposal that we saw last week. It would still allow full charter takeover of the district. It is totally in the state's hands. There's no local appointments, no local authority. The voters would be disenfranchised for 4 to 6 years. And to me, the rescind is about protecting our district, not correcting some mistake you made. And I wish you could just see the bigger picture here. I don't think we have any, reason to have faith in the courts if we wanted to try to, fight this takeover based on like retroactive, application, because there's, if you've been paying attention, 3-panel judge kind of thing, the state courts are not trustworthy. So if there's some action you can take, let me know, because folks are asking me and freaking out that the rescind is not as possible as we thought it was. And they're going into committee today. So sending a signal would actually have an impact. And I want you to understand that it would have an impact. It's not just superficial, and it could help us stop this bill. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, we're back in the queue. Commissioner Wright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, I want to reiterate that I do appreciate the sponsor's intent. I really do. These are hard issues, I think, for all of us. How do we best ensure that our system is organized in such a way that it will produce a great outcome, which is an educated and cared for child. I think where really my sticking point is, for sure, is in what I said earlier about having appointed a special advisor for another division of county government and that person being totally ignored. So I guess my question to the sponsors would be, and this is an honest question, do we have any confidence that this board would be listened to?
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. Vice Chair Avent said she's going to get back in the queue to respond. Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. I'll make more passionate points in round two of this. I just have questions about who is going to appoint the advisory board. How many people will it be? If there is some type of oversight board appointed by the state, will that board work with, how does all this go together? So just to the sponsors, can you just say more about who is actually constructing this whole infrastructure with the advisory board? Is it just the sponsors, or are you working with someone else to be able to advise on how we would implement an advisory board?
Vice Chair Avent.
Sure. The idea is that the commission would be making those recommendations for who could be appointed to that advisory board, so that we are continuing to have some local control and authority over that. As the funding body of the Memphis and Shelby County Schools, I think we have a vested interest in their success. This is a path forward, hopefully, to that success. I'll try to answer two questions, both my colleagues' questions and my response. Depending on what the state decides for an oversight board, obviously, we want to be instrumental in having folks who could work with both Memphis Shelby County Schools and this advisory board. I think it's important, we've seen from this standpoint, even from the facilities conversation that's been ongoing for the last few years about right-sizing the district, having folks who have expertise in that would be very helpful to this board and providing feedback to this commission on some strategies to do so. I think also to Commissioner Wright's question around, do we think that this board would listen? It is my hope, my sincere hope that they would, and that they see it from the intent that the resolution is being presented as a way to collaborate and move forward, and that there has to be some forward motion so that we can hopefully counter what the state is proposing.
So to legal, are we able as a body to, what does that mean? So most of our recommendations before have been made as requests. So them being an autonomous elected body, do they have to establish the advisory board?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, you're asking if the school board has to establish the advisory board?
So we establish the advisory board per this resolution as I'm reading it. What confidence do we have that this advisory board would actually advise the elected school board officers? So is it just we form it and we hope that the school board members work with the advisory board? Or is this, help me understand what type of teeth can come from an advisory board established by the commission that is working with elected officials on the school board?
It's not possible for me to opine on how information will be received, but I think it's entirely possible for an advisory board to produce information, data, and recommendations to the MSCS school board. What happens after that? We'd need to see the data in order to be able to answer that question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Are you back? Well, your timer went out, but are you back in the queue?
Did someone else want to get in queue? Okay, I'll get behind her. Thank you.
Commissioner Sugarman.
And thank you. And so to the attorney through the chair, so for clarification purposes, if the commission establishes an advisory board, this is a request, not a requirement, is that correct?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. What I understand now, yes, it would be a request, but to the extent that there are other amendments that are added to this, we'd have to evaluate that once it happens to see if it would be required.
Okay, thank you. And this is to the sponsors. Have you all reached out to any of the school board members to see if they're on board with this? And if so, what is their response?
Vice Chair Avent.
The answer is yes. I have reached out to school board members because obviously it's the duly elected board. It's their responsibility to, this would be a part of their responsibility to carry out, hopefully in working collaboratively. And obviously they don't want a state takeover, right? And so open to conversation from us about solutions to move forward.
Okay, again, to the sponsors through the chair. And so, again, would they be supportive of this type of committee as opposed to, I understand none of, well, at least I don't want a state takeover. But again, I'm concerned because the response from the school board has not been in the affirmative as far as what we tried to do. I think we had supported a resolution of accountability before and transparency, et cetera, et cetera. So are they in support of the advisory board? Or I understand they don't want to take over, we don't want to take over, most of us anyway. So are they in support of this resolution is my question through the chair to the sponsors.
Vice Chair Avent.
I haven't spoken with every school board member, so I can't give you a poll of how every school board member feels about this, but I have spoken to a few who understand the importance of creating a local solution, yes.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Thornton, you're back in the queue.
Thank you. Just as it relates to this particular add-on, as we lead into Monday, I would need to see some type of commitment from the school board to even commit to working with this advisory board. What concerns me is that we feel that the school board would listen to the commission, and we've seen that they've not listened to the constituents. And so the org chart given to me, this is, I mean, just to the public so you can understand my frame of mind. The org chart given to me said my bosses are the citizens of Shelby County. I do not understand politics that is not governed by that org chart. And so when you see a superintendent that is able to be ousted when constituents are saying, talk to me, help me understand what your stance is saying, and you refuse to do that, you're bucking the org chart. And so for someone, I'm so process-oriented, I cannot flow with anything that doesn't fall in alignment with bosses that are the citizens of Shelby County. So with the rescission, it's late. We have literally said to you, this is going to have deep impact if you oust the superintendent. And the huge coalitions that have risen up, we're not there to be able to tell this school board, stop, because there are big implications to what you're about to do. We would never have voted to do a vote of no confidence had the school board not ousted the superintendent. So I cannot respect activism that has risen up in too late. And I cannot tell you right now that I have confidence that you are going to create an advisory board when so many were silent during the process of ousting the superintendent. The school board is not the only issue. There are deeper power players here that are playing and doing whatever that we have not been able to name. And I cannot say that that does not touch this commission, that it doesn't touch the city council. This is a deeper thing here. So I'm not going to play around with it. If the school board is not going to say that they are going to adopt this advisory board and actually work with it, then we're playing. And I think that at the end of the day, when I take my I wanted to cuss right now, honestly. When I take my black behind back to Orange Mound, I'm going to see the 3/4 that are failed by this school system. And I cannot tell y'all the impact that it is having on me to have people say, growth, growth, growth. And I live in a community that is lacking proficiency. We have to get people up to a standard. And what we're doing now is protecting performance, and it is really, really impacting us, and I can't say that enough. So I take this very seriously. I know that we all do. I just hope that you guys can hear a generational perspective. I'm the only Black millennial on this body. I had to go to private school because the public education system was starting to decline. This is a big issue. It's a multi-generational issue, and it's not something that we need to just create advisory boards and hope that we can request to the body that just did not listen to us. Thank you.
Commissioner Mills, you're in the queue.
Thank you. I'm having a hard time seeing the difference in what the state intervention doing with a appointed local non-member board, advisory board, and this. I don't see the difference there. My other question is, if I remember correctly, the mayor had an education liaison that was supposed to talk best practices, and it was supposed to help, and I think they made a very nice little paycheck, and I think we may still have one, but I don't know what's happening with that. Is the school listening to our education liaison? Anything there? And I don't see movement there. And my concern, to the point that's being made of will they listen, will they be open to it? When I sponsored the vote of no confidence, I reached out to the sponsor of the resolution on the school board to terminate Dr. Fagan's, and I never got a call back. My message said, what am I missing? Because I can pull this back if there's something I don't understand. And I didn't even get a phone call back from the sponsor. So that tells you how much they care about working together with other people. So that's where I am on this, and I like where your heart is. I like trying to move the needle, but I'm just having a hard time seeing the difference in this and with the state appointing local experts in all these different areas to help. And why would they listen to this body that's going to be appointed? Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sugarman, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask the school board members to come to the commission meeting on Monday so we can hear from them directly. You know, are they going to accept this and provide us with feedback, reporting, and all the things that we're asking? Because that's going to determine my vote. You know, I'm going out to my district on a regular basis. You know, I'm talking to parents on a regular basis, and I see our children graduating from high school with honors and can't read and write on a regular basis. And so I just want to make sure that it's not a hope and a whim and a wish or whatever. I've been wishing that for years. Again, I've been in the class for 26 years. I've seen the decline. My honor students today are like my traditional students of yesterday. So I'm just saying, I want to hear direct from the school board. I want you to come publicly so that not only our constituents, but your constituents also can hear from you. And if you support this. And so again, my vote will depend upon what you say to all the school board members. And if you can't make it, send a letter, send a representative, send somebody so we know where you stand. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairman Whaley, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, I mean, the options that we're essentially debating are, what we got in front of us, I think, I'm a sponsor on it, so I believe it's a reasonable path forward. And there's certainly holes you can poke in it, reasons you can say it won't work. But the option is either we try to do something or we do nothing. We voted down, we've done nothing. And we just hope for the best. I don't think hoping for the best is a good strategy. I think, again, this recognizes that we have a challenge, proposes a solution, but for very, I think, clear reasons, argues that the current state proposal is not necessarily in the best interest of student outcomes. And a couple key points just to my colleagues' questions around the difference. The main difference here is that we preserve the democratic process through this proposal. In the state proposal, that gets usurped by the appointees who can only then be removed by the state level officials who appoint them. And so it renders the current effort to align recall elections with other county officials moot because that no longer matters. Recalling the school board member wouldn't make a difference because they no longer have the authority under the state proposal. So in this local alternative that Vice Chair Avan and I are putting forward, we still acknowledge the fact that it's important to have experts in specific areas to help advise. But it still allows legislation to move forward that would allow for recall elections and thus elections. And I have to believe that the strong public interest in this is a good thing, because that will encourage more people to turn out to vote, more good people to run for office. And again, we should be encouraging more of that, more people to step up and realize that, we need good leaders. And I don't think we want to do, the state proposal would again render that moot. And in this option, we recognize a clear opportunity to grow outcomes. We can make an attempt to put people in place to provide those recommendations. And you can always find 1,000 reasons why to say it won't work. But at least we've got to give it a shot and show that we can lead locally and try to build support amongst the current school board as a pathway forward. And I certainly will try to do my part to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Whaley. Commissioner Caswell, you're in the queue.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you, Chairman Whaley, for those remarks too, because again, that's kind of where I'm leaning, to know that something have to be done. I said this in the statement, and again, did I agree totally with how that situation happened with our former superintendent? No. I think it should have most definitely been done better. Yet, I made a statement, and the children last night at the school board backed it up the more when they spoke and said that they didn't want a state takeover because they felt that their needs around mental health and what they're dealing with in the school would not be heard from a state level. As somebody who advocated at a state level around trauma and ACEs, before I ran for office, I heard those individuals in Middle and East Tennessee say to me, while I sit on the bench there testifying about the impact of trauma and truancy, I know that's what y'all dealing with in Shelby County. Yet they didn't know I had just left Crossville, Tennessee, who they had the same issue, who was crying out for help around trauma and truancy. And when they heard I came from Crossville, Tennessee, went back, reset, came back past that 95-0. And so to think that they care about our children, are going to hear our voices from Shelby County to change or address the needs of our children is not going to happen. And our children even know that it's not going to happen. They spoke out loudly last night. I am with my colleagues to say that I would like to hear from those commissioners who's on the school board to say that they will be in agreement with something here locally being done and that they will adhere to it. I think that most definitely something have to happen because even when Achievement School District came, who failed us? And I'm a product of that with my children in there for 10 years saying the same thing. That we living in a community with all of this toxic environment, and you telling me you're going to bring in the best teachers, best educated from California, Nebraska, and all these other places, and they came in and felt our children in that community. We're in position to see some of the same thing, people from outside thinking they can do better for us on the inside. So I just say that I hope that we will consider this proposal and really addressing this from a local standpoint. And I hope our other commissioners are on board. Our children themselves are asking for this. They're smart enough to know what they're not going to get, as they just came back last week from the state capitol and went and met with some of these state legislators. And even my call from people that told me not to vote, told me to vote no confidence, called me and said, I'm glad that you didn't vote for it because this is not going to be in the best interest of our children if these people have control. So I just say that I hope locally we can get something. I hope unifiably we come together and change the trajectory because the road we're heading down, either way, right now, is not working for our children. Thank you. With that being said, I support where we are with this, but I'd like to hear from those other commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioner Caswell. Commissioner Brooks, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for clarity and understanding to the sponsor of the add-on, I'd like to know, is it the purpose of this add-on to not circumvent, but convince the state that we're doing something and for them to pull back or stand down? What action do you think this add-on will have in terms of reversing this proposed takeover?
Vice Chair Avent?
Commissioner Brooks, yes, that is the hope, that this action showing from a local standpoint, movement in providing support and guidance to our school board, working collaboratively with our school board. I think the Board of Managers that the state proposal, that's one of the biggest differences between this and the state legislation, is they want to appoint a Board of Managers, which actually takes away all control and/or authority from our local school board. And having something from the local level provides the state. I mean, I think Commissioner Whaley's point about if we do nothing, then we are really leaving ourselves at the will of the state. And this resolution provides a clear direction with autonomy staying at a local level for support to our school district and to the students of this county. And so I do think that this is our attempt to let the state know we're more than willing, able, and capable of educating our kids here in this community.
Okay, so that answers. So you're saying that it's your hope that this add-on resolution will cause the state to stand down. Okay. So let me just say, I'm not advocating that we do nothing. Absolutely not. I'm advocating that we do something substantive. And I'm advocating for our children. I'm advocating that we keep our money, our $1 billion+ that support our children, our families, and those who support the school system in Shelby County, and not bring in foreigners to come in and run our school system and depend on them to educate our children. That makes sense. It really doesn't. And unless we rescind the vote, we're done with that. I'm going to support this because I want to show that I want to do something, but I want the record to reflect that I want to do more. I want to do more. And I think rescinding the vote is more. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Vice Chair Avent?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also just wanted to add, one of my colleagues mentioned about not getting a call back from the school board. I first reached out to State Representative Mark White on March 4th with an email asking for all of the things that are in this resolution. Allow us on a local level to come up with solutions. I have yet to receive a response back from my email. So I think it works both ways, right? Anything that we want for our students and for this community, it should be driven from us, not from folks in Nashville who have shown us time and time again they do not care about our kids. So I'd like to call the vote.
That's a real easy one, Vice Chair Avent. You are the last person in queue. Madam Clerk, can you please prepare our screens for voting? Madam Clerk, can you please tally our votes?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Caswell, Brooks, Avon, Chairman Whaley. We have no votes from Commissioner Mills, Wright, Thornton. We have 5 ayes and 3 noes.
Thank you so much,
Correction. We have 5 ayes, 3 noes, and 1 abstain by Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation. This concludes Committee Number 6, Education. We are now going to move into Committee Number 1, Budget and Finance. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 1?
Item 1 is a presentation to last approximately 15 minutes, Actuarial Valuation, June 30th, 2024. Ben Mobley, on behalf of Kavanaugh McDonald Consulting, presenting.
All right, before you get started, I will move that so that you can start with your presentation. Just reminder that we do have a listening public. Make sure you state your name and your address for the record before you speak. Thank you.
Okay, great. My name is Ben Mobley. I'm a consulting actuary with Kavanaugh McDonald Consulting. We recently rebranded. We go by CavMac now. Our address is 3550 Busby Parkway in Kennesaw, Georgia. I'm also joined here by Nathaniel Hutchinson. He's one of our consultants. We do appreciate this time to share with you the results of the annual actuarial evaluations for 3 of the retirement system plans that the county sponsors. I have a short presentation here that will be on the screen, I believe. There's also hard copies for you to look at. We'll try to be brief in our comments and just hit the highlights. So starting on slide 2, we'll look first at the county pension plan. It was a very good year financially for the market value of assets. The return was about 11.7% for the year. So the market value of assets increased from $1.4 billion to about $1.51 billion. There were no changes in assumptions or plan provisions for the fiscal year. One of the key metrics in our evaluation is the unfunded actuarial accrued liability. This is basically the measure of how much the system would need to have today to pay out the retirement benefits that have accrued as of the valuation date, minus how much is available in current assets to be able to pay out those benefits. So when there's a positive unfunded actuarial accrued liability, that's basically there's a shortfall currently. In this case, the measure was $661.3 million. That's increased from last year's valuation of $647.7 million. This is mainly due to the fact that for this particular pension plan, even though the market value of assets had a really good year to return, we use an asset smoothing method to not overreact to really good years and really bad years in a single year, just to help the contribution that we were going to recommend not also ride that roller coaster and have a lot of volatility. So for this particular year, the actuarial value of assets used for the valuation was actually less than what we assumed the assets will earn each year. It was 5.43% compared to what we assume the assets will earn each year, 6.7%. So this really drove the increase in the unfunded accrued liability. Another way of saying that is the funded ratio, which is again a measure of how much the assets are in relation to the liability that those future benefits that will need to be paid out. So in this case, the funded ratio remained at 69.4% for the year. Just as comparison, most pension plans are right around just above 70%. The other important measurement for the valuation is the actual determined employer contribution. This is what we recommend the county puts in their budget for fiscal year 2026 to keep the pension system on track in terms of its funding goals. The amount that we calculated for this valuation is 29.53% of payroll. That's up from the last valuation of 29.09%. That works out to be an estimated dollar amount of about $85.6 million. So moving on to slide 3, turn our attention to the county OPEB plan. OPEB stands for Other Post-Employment Benefits. This includes retiree health care and life insurance benefits. Again, there was a good market year for 2024, again about 11.8%. So the market value of assets for this plan increased from $311.3 million to $337.3 million. For this plan, the long-term investment return, how much we expect the assets to earn each year, is 5.25%. So again, more than twice what the plan earned, twice than what we expected it to earn. In this case, for this plan, there's actually a surplus instead of an unfunded accrued liability. There's actually more available in assets than is needed currently to pay the promised benefits. And that surplus actually increased from last year's valuation from negative $116.2 million to negative $142.2 million. So this plan has been over 100% funded since 2019. So the funding ratio increased from 159.5% to 172.8%. Because this plan is over 100% funded, there is no recommended contribution that needs to be made on behalf of this plan going forward for fiscal year 2026. Moving on to slide 4, this is looking at the Shelby County Schools OPEB plan. Again, a really good market return for the year. The assets increased from $125.3 million to $145.4 million. Again, for this plan, the long-term investment return assumption is 6%. Again, for this plan, because the market returns were so good, the unfunded accrued liability actually decreased from $520.7 million to $507.5 million, but there is, again, still a shortfall for this plan. So the funding ratio did increase from 19.39% to 22.27%. So it is good news to see it improve. We do note that, however, that's still a fairly low funding ratio relative to other retirement systems, and where we'd ideally like to see the funding ratio trend towards 100% over the long term. The actual determined employer contribution, the amount that we recommend the county contribute for this plan is 10.06% of payroll for fiscal year 2025. It's a little bit lower than what we recommended in the last valuation. Again, that works out to be an estimated dollar amount of about $67.1 million. We note that currently the county is not fully funding the ADEC, or the actual determined employer contribution. Instead, they're funding about $5 million on top of the benefit payments that are being paid out for the year. So it's not enough to really see dramatic improvement in the funding status over the long term. We just remind that if the county can, or when it gets to a point where it can fully contribute the actual determined employer contribution, that's when you'll really start to see the funded status of the plan improve over the long term. And I'll pause there, just ask if there's any questions for us.
Commissioner Thornton, you good? All right. Seeing no questions, I guess you covered it well. So thank you for your presentation.
Great. Thank you so much.
You want me to take it over?
You got it.
Okay, all right.
Go
Is there a
ahead.
parliamentarian? Okay. All right. Madam Parliamentarian, if you could read item number 2.
Item 2 is a resolution receiving and filing the February 2025 monthly comprehensive financial update reports entitled Shelby County Government Monthly Commission Division Reports for the year ending June 30th, 2025, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
Thank you. This item has been moved by Commissioner Thornton, second by Commissioner Caswell. Ms. Schombaum, you have the floor.
Good morning. Danielle Schombaum, Deputy Director of Administration and Finance. As noted, you have before you the February General Fund operating statement. As of the end of February, total revenue for the general fund was up $31.8 million versus the prior year, driven by higher property taxes and offset by lower fines and fees and interest income. Property tax revenue is up $34.8 million as compared to the prior year, in large part due to the higher allocation of the penny to the general fund. As you will see, we are now at approximately 92% of budget for the year. You know that this is the part of the year where we receive the bulk of the county's revenue. So, there will be a tail that will be collected in March and coming months. But for the most part, we are. This is the bulk of the revenue that the county uses to fund general operations during the year. Other local taxes are up $1.6 million. That's just generally due to higher business tax collections. There's generally some variability in that number. Federal and local revenues are up 1.7 million, driven by some higher reimbursements from the city. Fines and fees are down 4.2 million versus a prior year, as General Sessions had an audit cleanup last year, which will not be replicated in FY25. Interest is down 2.4 million versus the prior year, as we saw as interest rates have been a little bit up and down over the course of this year. And so with the Fed cutting rates, but then some uncertainty at the federal level, we've seen quite a bit of variability in interest rates over the course of the year. Personnel expenditures are up 17.9 million, or 8.8% due to increasing personnel costs. Of course, we had the 6% increase that took effect at the beginning of calendar 2025. Additionally, the county's required contribution to the pension plan increased significantly in FY25. That was the presentation you just saw prior to this presentation about what the requirement will be for FY26, but in FY25 we had a big jump. O&M expenditures are up 11.3 million versus prior year. A variety of items driving that, including supplies and materials, insurance, and professional fees. With that, I'll open it to questions.
Thank you, Deputy Director Schonbaum. I don't see any commissioners in queue, so we'll go ahead and, Madam Clerk, and vote on this item. Have all commissioners had the opportunity to vote? Okay. Madam Clerk, can you please tally the votes?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Thornton, Brooks. We have 3 aye votes.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Actually, at this time, we are going to recess Budget and Finance, and we're going to move to Committee Number 3, Hospitals and Health. I know. Thank you. Yes, I know. Y'all have been chomping at the bit and waiting. We're just actually trying to have this conversation because one of the speakers on this item has to leave, and they're not a county employee. So I want them to go ahead to have this conversation now. So. We're going to come back to it. All right. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 1?
Item 1 is a resolution to urge the Shelby County Health Department to host a public meeting prior to the approval or denial of the permit submitted by CTC Property LLC, an affiliate of XAI, for the long-term operations of 15 methane gas turbines in South Memphis, sponsored by Commissioner Brittany Thornton.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. I will go ahead and move this. Moved by Commissioner Sugarman, and I will second this item. All right, Commissioner Thornton, did you want to speak on your resolution?
Thank you, Chairwoman. I would like to start by making an amendment to just amend language in the caption. If we could amend meeting to replace it with the term hearing. Can I get a second? Sometimes you get.
Can we accept that without objection? It was moved by Commissioner Thornton, a second by Commissioner Sugarman to make this change in the caption. Can we accept that without objection? So moved.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to actually yield to the public that I know is here to speak on the item, and then I'll make some points at the end. It seems like we're looking for the cards. How many speakers do we have today?
We're looking for the comment cards for this item.
Okay, if y'all would just give them to Ryan, she'll collect any comment cards that you have. And y'all need to make sure.
Oh, they have not, okay. Right, in order to speak on the item, please, if you have comment cards, please go ahead and turn them in. I thought we had at least 2 or 3 that would already turn in. All right, we'll first start off by Keyshawn Pearson. Come up, state your name and your address for the record, please.
It's been a couple of days since I've been here, so I'm figuring this out. My name is Keyshawn Pearson. I'm the president of Memphis Community Against Pollution. Address is 1110 Star Line, Memphis, Tennessee, 38109. So today, I come to you after an amazing event with our city mayor, Paul Young, where we had the opportunity to discuss XAI and its failure to include the public in their process. And what has happened is that our Shelby County Health Department has the opportunity to change that precedent. These folks have been here polluting our air for over a year with nitrogen oxide, with terrible toxins, and now they want to use 15 methane gas turbines to put even more pollution out. And what they are doing is playing with the modeling, playing with the numbers. So instead of the 10 tons that they need to be qualified as a major source, they are at 9.79. And this is what they do in order to avoid public comment and avoid including the public in a democratic process. And so what we are asking for in this resolution here is that you do take into consideration the social determinants of health. We talked about education earlier, and one of the determinants is the environment. The air that these children are breathing is causing them to miss school. Shelby County has the highest rate of youth with asthma in our whole entire state. And that is not by mistake, it's by design. Our kids are missing more school because we are in a public health crisis. And we need your support with this resolution to demand the Shelby County Health Department force a public hearing for XAI on the permit that they are pulling. Because ultimately, we need to deny this permit. We need to deny any more pollution in Southwest Memphis specifically. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sugarman, you're in the queue.
Okay, Madam Chair, I was going to let all speakers speak. Is that it for speakers? Thank you.
We have Ms. Kimberly Davis. If you can come up, state your name and your address for the record.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. I'm Kimberly Davis. My address is 1753 Berwind Road, and I am here as the lead community organizer of Memphis Community Against Pollution to ask you to vote that we can have a public hearing. I work closely with the community, and I've spoke with so many residents of 38109, 38126, and heard their stories. They have talked about all of the issues they've dealt with living in a community that's surrounded by 17 toxic release facilities that put out major emissions, and the impact that it's had on their health, their well-being, and the way they feel about their home. This area is very unique in that it has tremendous historical significance for Memphis. We're talking about areas where Black folks put together homes out of the scraps from rail cars, where they've maintained churches and schools and communities that are resilient and that have come to lend a hand to Memphis in so many ways. They have provided leaders for our city, and we want to do our part to protect and preserve this area. We know that we are in a public health crisis. We have an area where the cancer rates are higher, 4 times higher than they are in the nation. We have high asthma rates, specifically with children. And we want to make sure that we do our part to protect these residents. So we're asking for this opportunity for them to come and talk about how the cumulative impacts of industries like XAI and others, how those cumulative impacts are affecting their way of life. They have a right to clean air, and I just urge you to consider that their voices should be heard. Thank you so much for your time and your service.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker appearance card is Easter May Knox. If you can come up, state your name and your address for the record.
Yes, my name is Easter Knox. I live in the 38109 zip code. My address is 3789. And I'm here because early in the morning, I can just, when I have my window open, I can smell the scent. And I'm a 76-year-old lady, and my husband has COPD, and also he has asthma. And it's just really just getting us, and I'm just here for the community, the senior citizen and everybody that has a medical problem, like asthma or COPD or some kind of chronic illness, that they can stop all this pollution out in the area, because it's really getting senior citizen and getting the younger people. You know, and we just can't hardly bear it. That's why I'm wearing a mask today. I have COPD. I can't hardly breathe too good. But, you know, it's just sad. And we want a lot of the pollution and stuff to stop. We got young representatives like Keyshawn and different ones that's, you know, against this. And, you know we all against it because I've been standing out there in Boxtown 45 years. 45 long years, and we've been in hell in that sin. I'm a product of South Memphis. I left from South Memphis and came to Boxtown, moved to Boxtown. And it's ridiculous. There's too many sick people out there. So we need you all's help. You know, something has to be done about it because we just can't continue to live like that. And I love my neighborhood and my community, but something has to be done. And I am a senior citizen, as I stated. I'm 76 years old, you know, and we just need help. And we thank God for Keyshawn and the ones that's helping us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Our next appearance card for this item is Councilwoman Yolanda Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman, come up and state your name and your address for the record.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. I'm Councilwoman Yolanda Cooper Sutton at 125 North Main, here in Memphis, Tennessee. This year, for our city, we have embarked upon a lot of challenges. A lot of challenges that has been in our control and out of our control. But the most important impact, and I think that we have neglected, is the community and their voices has not been heard. As we look around this city, there's a crisis in every level of government. And the people's voices have not been heard. My plea is for my community. I wear 2 hats. As a constituent in a city, as a citizen here in Memphis, and an elected official. I live in the 38109 zip code. I live among my people. The scent that's coming is absolutely horrific. I am now back in an asthma state, having to have an inhaler again because I cannot breathe the air. The turbines is something that should have been disclosed to the community. I found out sitting in my living room in my recliner chilling that this was happening in my district. Total disrespect. I lived a lot of places. I lived in a lot of cities. But the way business is handled here in Memphis is so disturbing and disheartening. I just heard the senior citizen who's 76, did you say? I want to make sure. 76 years old. So she's seen a lot more than I have, and probably some of you ever will, if we get that opportunity to live, because of the toxin. So I looked at the wording of the resolution, and it had urge. No, there should be a demand that they should speak to the public. We owe them that. Please do not be like the city of Memphis on the other side. They were ignored. We ignored them. No one consulted. No one talked to them. So my ask is to please demand this community involvement, to hear their concerns, and the pushback of more turbines and toxin being released in our community. We have a future. Our ancestors left it well for us, and so we should take the same consideration to leave it well for them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman. All right, that is all of the appearance cards that are here today. Commissioner Sugarman, I will go back to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so I just have some questions I'd like to put forth in general. Because to City Councilwoman Sutton's, to her point, you know, when I'm out there in the community, they want to know, how is it that Elon Musk, AI, and all these AI companies are coming here and circumventing elected officials. They didn't come before the city council, it's my understanding. They haven't come before the commission. But yet and still, you know, we are being blamed. And to that point, there needs to be more conversations had by all of us and accountability. And so my question then becomes, then who do we go to? Is it the chamber responsible? MLGW responsible? TVA responsible? And then also, we need to also, and I hope City Councilwoman on your side of the street and the commission can work together so that this does not happen again. And so that is my concern. And so that a lesson learned, because I'm hearing from my constituents that we are being exploited by the rich, because we're a minoritized, disadvantaged community. And so, again, we need to see what we can do together, City Council and the Commission and the public, you know, to stop what they're doing. Because environmentally, the turbines, I'm understanding, it's putting all kinds of toxins into our environment. The other concern is our aquifers. We have some of the best water in the world. We need to protect it by any means necessary. And I understand also, and again, I'm understanding from what I'm reading in the public, because they have not come before the commission. And we'll understand also they're going to do some digging. So nobody's questioning, well, how far, how deep, you know, all these questions need to be answered, because we have aquifers that could be damaged in the process. And so we don't have billions of dollars to move anywhere in the world that we can. We're here, and we love our city and love our county. And so there needs to be answers. And so I'm going to get back in the queue. I think I'm running out of time, but there's questions. And I'm hoping the people that are listening can chime in and answer. But we need to also hold these people accountable of the chamber, TVA, MLG&W, for why didn't they come back, you know, to the city council and the county commission and have these discussions prior to and the public as well. Because this is not acceptable. And so let's get together and work on some ordinances about, how we can protect our aquifers and our environment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Thornton, you in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. And I recognize Dr. Taylor. I'm not sure, are you wanting to chime in? Your voice is a crucial voice in all this, so I would love to hear what she has to say.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. My team is here. They should be handing out a presentation. With your permission, I'd like a few minutes on the clock to be able to give you an environmental update in response to this resolution and, more importantly, in response to the community.
All right, they are loading your presentation into the system now, and I think are there handouts as well, or just the online?
There should be handouts coming.
Okay, all right. All right, Dr. Taylor.
She has those in her hand, and
Okay.
I'll wait for her to pass those out. And I'll start by saying thank you for recognizing me, Commissioner Thornton. Shelby County Board of Commissioners, I'm happy to be here today to answer the questions of the community. I cannot answer all of them, but I will answer the ones that I know, okay? And you all know me. I'm always going to come prepared, because Shelby County Health Department believes in making sure that we promote, protect, and improve the health of all in Shelby County. So, we'll get started. If you could go to the next slide. We recently, over the last week and a half, have started a series to educate the public on environmental health and safety, because we recognize that the public has not been getting the answers that they've been asking for from various bodies in our community. And so we wanted to make sure that it was clear, at least from the health department standpoint, what governs what we're able to do, and what governs what happens with land use and zoning here in our county. So you see those infographics, and then I'm going to take you through each one. Next slide. So the Clean Air Act is the law that defines EPA's responsibilities to protect and improve the nation's air quality and stratospheric ozone layer. All that said, there have been 3 major amendments to the Clean Air Act, but it was first enacted in 1963 by President Lyndon Johnson. The reason why I show you this is because it lets you know that the last amendment was in 1990. And that is telling, because it tells you how long this law has not only been on the books, how many times it's been revised, but how long it's been since it's been revised. This is a federal law, and this is the law that allows major industry to pollute in our community at safe levels, or what the EPA deems as safe. Next slide. Major and minor sources. This is what our team at the Shelby County Health Department does to designate whether a industry or business is a major or minor source of pollution. All right. So some of the things that we look at when we're looking at pollution, and you've heard this from community members, we look at formaldehyde, we look at methane gas, we look at natural gas turbines when we are allowed to do so according to the Clean Air Act. A major source is one that pollutes anything of more than 100 tons of pollutant of 6 criteria pollutants per year. And a minor source is one that pollutes at 10 to 99 tons per year. So some examples of minor sources are gas stations and dry cleaners. Major sources, of course, you can guess at those. Oil refineries, things of that nature. Next slide. All right, so let's talk about zoning. As you can imagine, zoning, and I know you all are all aware of this, does not sit in Shelby County Health Department's purview. It doesn't, all right? But it does control how land can and cannot be used within an area. The first city council to implement zoning in Tennessee was here in Shelby County, okay? But what is unfortunate, and what me and my team commiserated for a long time about as we made these infographics, was we found out that many of the laws pertaining to current zoning in our county are still dependent on zoning maps from the 1950s. And you will see that on this infographic. Zoning maps from the 1950s. Next slide. So, once again, I know everybody in this room is aware of this, but we want to show it as a health department to help you to understand what the health department has control over and what we don't. The map on the left is a map of Memphis redlining from 1930. And you will recognize the shape of that map. That is Shelby County that you are looking at, all right? Let me read the key for you on that left map because it lets you know how they were doing planning in 1930. So green represents the best areas to live. Blue represents areas that are still desirable. Keep in mind, this is 1930. Yellow represents areas that are definitely declining. And red represents areas that are hazardous. This is 1930. Now, you can't see it here, but for my commissioners who have presentations, if you kind of zoom in on that map, there are two areas. There's a 1 little block and there's a 2 little block, and they kind of look like they're close to downtown. The key also tells you that 1 is the White Slum Clearance Project, and 2 is the Negro Slum Clearance Project. This is a map from 1930. Now, on the right is a map of a 1953 zoning map. Okay? This is a zoning map. And remember, I told you that many of our current zoning laws still depend on this map and similar maps. So, on that map, blue represents industrialized zoned areas. Red indicates commercial and business areas. And yellow indicates family residence zoning. So I'm just going to let you all take a moment to look at that. And you'll notice if you compare the maps, the red areas that were considered hazardous on the 1930s maps very much correspond to the 1953 zoning map that is zoned industrial in blue. Next slide. Over the last year, we have had a continual movement of information and action since word broke of XAI entering our city. And to be clear, because of the current laws on the books, often me and my fellow Shelby County Health Department employees who are responsible for this work find out about projects at the same time that the public does on the news. And I'm going to leave that there. So June 5th, the announcement of XAI's Colossus, the world's largest supercomputer, we got the announcement that it would be located in Memphis. I'm not going to say where I was, but I remember the time and place where I got this announcement. August 26th, Southern Environmental Law Center, and we appreciate their help with this, issues a turbine operating concern letter. We immediately moved, even before we received that letter, to send 2 different letters to the EPA, asking them for assistance to make sure that the permitting process was in line with what we needed to do, and informing them of the community concerns. January 2025, we finally received the air permit application from XAI. Now, everybody in this room also knows, because we've issued many statements that say the same thing, that because of this background work that we were doing, we were told by the EPA that a permit was not required for these gas turbines before 365 days of operation. That means that the Shelby County Health Department did not have jurisdiction to permit these turbines before day 365. Next slide. So let me run you through our air permit process, because I really believe that it's important that we be transparent with the community about the process and what the clear roles and responsibilities of the Shelby County Health Department are according to the laws on the books. So number 1, industry or organization reaches out to the health department, right? Number 2, the industry completes the application for review. Number 3, the Shelby County Health Department reviews and forwards applications to the EPA. Number 4, the EPA finalizes recommendation for the Shelby County Health Department review. And number 5, the Health Department conducts a comment period for 30 days. This is federally required, allowing the public to provide input on the permit and voice any concerns. The comment period is then followed by a final call for approval. Now, with that said, please understand that we have already engaged outside counsel to make sure that we are clear and responding to every public comment that we will receive during this comment period, and we know that it will be a large volume. So we want to make sure that we are being responsible and accountable to the public to answer any and all concerns as it relates to the permitting process. And we have outside counsel who is an expert in air quality permits to help us with that work. Next slide. So, before we get to a couple of conclusions for the future, I know that a lot of times elected officials like to know what other elected officials in other jurisdictions are doing. So we have 2 examples here, Loudoun County, Virginia, and Atlanta, Georgia. So these 2 locations have many, many data centers. Loudoun County, Virginia, which is outside of D.C., has the highest concentration of data centers in the world. They have approximately 200. They had a landmark day as a part of realizing how many data centers they have, and this is the year, 2022, that marked the start of a new era of contained power for the data center market. The city imposed power constraints on Data Center Valley, the part of Loudoun County with the highest concentration of data centers, and those constraints remain in effect today. And then the Loudoun County zoning ordinance was updated for the first time in 2019 to align with the new comprehensive plan and for the first time limited by right development. Atlanta has seen a 211% increase in data center development. That's as of 2023. The Atlanta City Council updated zoning ordinances as a result, and as a part of updating those ordinances, and I love this because this takes into account health equity, the council is prioritizing residential well-being. Next slide. So some conclusions for the future. First, next slide. Please understand, current legislation is insufficient in addressing community needs and concerns. Thank you. I got one clap. Currently insufficient. And I don't think he'd mind me sharing this. I told Representative Pearson this yesterday when we had a great phone conversation about this very issue. We need updated local zoning legislation. State and federal environmental legislation needs to be updated. And as a county, because I'm like Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, I live here. And we need category-specific data center regulations. I live here. I'm raising my children here. I have family here. I'm from South Memphis. I told Representative Pearson I can go through the list of family members that have been lost to cancer. I'm a cancer survivor myself. I would never doubt that the community is hurting. And when you look at those maps from 1930s and 1950s, you understand that the community has been hurting for a while. And we owe it to them to give them legislation that is updated for the present time. Next slide. And this is for my colleagues here that I'm presenting to. The Shelby County Health Department should be engaged early on environmental concerns regarding new development projects. We cannot assist with projects that we don't know about. Amen. Period. If we had known it, we could give advice. Next slide. We should employ lessons from other jurisdictions on updating legislation and engaging public health before project development. And finally, we should educate the public on environmental impacts to our communities and involve the public in decision-making every time. Now, a couple of things, because you all know I like to give homework. TCA state law, Title VI, Chapter 54, gives legal authority to jurisdictions to create, edit, or change local ordinances to protect air quality, with the caveat that it complies with state and federal laws and cannot conflict with those standards. In short, these types of legislation can be more restrictive locally. And I have sent a letter to Memphis Mayor Paul Young outlining his ability to craft such legislation, and I have offered Shelby County Health Department's collaboration and technical expertise in doing so. And I want to make the same offer to each and every Shelby County Board of Commissioners here today. Finally, and we can go to the last slide. In conclusion, Shelby County Health Department is clear in our role and responsibilities as it relates to this issue and the current laws on the books. We will answer any and all questions to the best of our ability and with legal expertise to ensure this permit process is transparent and legal. And then, finally, to the question of the resolution. I support, and the Shelby County Health Department supports, and Shelby County government supports a public hearing. But I would respectfully ask that every elected official, local, state, and federal, who has the power to create, edit, or change local, state, and/or federal ordinances and laws, be present with me on the stage to answer to the community. I yield to your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor, for your presentation. Just for the record, this particular presentation will be in our own base system for Monday, as well for the general public to be able to have, just have that squared away with Ms. Nichols. So that way, as we're talking about it, people will have this information. Commissioner Wright, you are in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, or good morning, Dr. Taylor. Good afternoon, that is. I guess my curiosity on this is they're seeking to use gas, or I guess they are using gas turbines as one power source for these computers. What are the power sources that we use at TVA?
You want me to take that, or you want to take it? So I'll start, and Casey Smith-Alexander, Deputy Director Casey Smith-Alexander, will pick up. So what I would say is that TVA also uses turbines, and Casey is going to correct me if I get this wrong, right? But there are different types of turbines, right? So what we're talking about is permitting natural gas turbines, right? That's the issue on the table. That's what the permit is for, after they have been operating for 364 days. Normally, these turbines could be used in an emergency, for emergency power. They're used to create power, right? But there are dirtier turbines than this. Not an excuse, but just saying that a lot of turbines that are used in emergencies use diesel. I'll use Germantown as an example. A couple years ago, you remember Germantown had some issues with their water and diesel? That came from them running a diesel gas turbine close to where their water is supplied, and the diesel gas turbine leaked into the water supply, right? So there are all kinds of gas turbines, but we're talking about natural gas turbines. And then I think Casey wants to clarify a few points.
Good morning, Casey Smith-Alexander, Deputy Director, Environmental Health in Shelby County. Sorry, just getting my title right. To answer your question, Commissioner, yes, they will be relying on TVA for power. TVA will determine what type of power they will be running on. Once they are connected to TVA's electrical grid, then they should be coming off of the turbines at that time. However, the reason for the application is to ensure during peak times when TVA asks them to reduce their power, they are then going to rely on those turbines to be able to produce power at that same capacity. So we do know that is what their goal is, but they are to go onto TVA electric grid.
Okay, thank you for that answer, Ms. Alexander. But I guess I'm asking, what, are you saying that the TVA uses the same type of power that is under consideration here? Or, because they're both using gas turbines?
Correct. That will be a question that TVA will have to answer directly as to which grid they're going to put them on. But they do have turbines that they have put in for an application for as well to the Shelby County Health Department.
That TVA does?
Yes, that is correct. We are
And
currently
that's not-
reviewing that
They're not
application.
currently using turbines?
These are the new ones they're putting online.
Okay. I guess that's where it would break. I'm sorry, I'm out of time. Thank you.
Commissioner Wright, if you can get back in the queue for me, that would be great. Commissioner Sugarman, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so thank you for the presentation. And you stated local, state, and federal. So were you talking about, besides the local Shelby County Health Department, the state health department, and the federal health department, or who else needs to be at the discussion at the table?
Thanks for that question, Commissioner Sugarman. I'm actually saying that local elected officials such as yourself, elected officials from the mayor's office across the plaza and council people, and our state representatives, our state senators that represent Shelby County, and our federal representatives that represent Shelby County, right? Whether it's our senators or Representative Cohen. I'm saying those folks need to be at the table because you all are the ones who can actually craft the legislation. See, the health department can only do what legally you all put in place as far as legislation, right? So it's kind of like when a police officer writes you a ticket for going 60 and a 50, right? The police officer didn't create that rule, right? The jurisdiction created that rule to keep people safe. It's the same thing. We're kind of like the health investigators. We're kind of like the health police, for lack of a better term, right? We're trying to make sure that we enforce the laws that are on the books to make sure that people are safe from a health standpoint. But we can only go as far as the law will allow. I have a good friend from Arkansas who used to always say, we only call balls and strikes when we be talking about a medical issue on the military side, right? That's the health department's role, right? We are supposed to be the unbiased, objective umpire at the plate, saying that's a ball or that's a strike, right? Based on the laws that we have at our disposal.
Thank you.
So when I say that, I'm saying elected officials such as yourself.
Right. Okay, the next question then is, what about the state health department? Do they need also be at the table? I'm just asking.
They're always at the table with
They're always
us,
at the
to be
table.
quite honest, right?
Okay.
But I would say that even for them, even for Tennessee Department of Health, they can only do
Right.
what our state legislature and our representatives allow them to do based on the laws of the state of Tennessee. And so that's why I read you that TCA, Title 6, Chapter 54, because really that outlines how jurisdictions can change their local ordinances to be stricter than the federal or state laws, as long as it doesn't go against those laws.
Okay, and so I would also like to, at this point, amend this resolution to include the resolution to urge the Shelby County Health Department and local, state, and federal legislators to a public meeting. Thank you. And then I would like to be added as a sponsor.
Let's do that in two separate motions. So the motion is for the actual resolution to change, made by Sugarman, second by Thornton. Can we accept that change to the resolution without objection? So moved. All right, now Commissioner Sugarman would like to be added as a sponsor of this particular resolution.
Correct.
Is a second by Commissioner Thornton. Can we accept that without objection? So moved.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Wright, you're in the queue.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. And so just to follow up on, I'm trying to understand what the mix, if there is a mix of power generation is at our utility. Because if we are putting up barriers for a company and isolating one particular company for their use of one type of energy generation, does it even matter if the utility is using the same type of energy generation? And I ask because, you know, the main concern that I had initially when this came up with my constituents was what would this build out do to the grid overall? What would it do is there enough power being generated? So I know TVA, I think, across the state uses nuclear power, which is more environmentally friendly. I don't think we have that here, but I'm trying to understand what, I think we decommissioned the coal, so that leaves us with gas, right?
Yes.
So we're talking about either gas or gas. And that to me doesn't sound like a difference at all. That's all I had. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. Commissioner Brooks, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am so happy that Director Taylor mentioned Title VI. So we do have Title VI, the federal legislation. And let me just say for the record what Title VI is. Title VI of the 1964 Civil Rights Act impacts the EPA by requiring it to ensure that federal funds do not subsidize programs or activities that discriminate based on race, color, or national origin. And the EPA enforces this through its Office of External Civil Rights Compliance. So now we got the federal. So what Dr. Taylor was saying is that local and state has to pass legislation to impact this, to ensure that we are protected. Well, we got this. We got it on the state level. I passed this state version of Title VI when I was in the House of Representatives in 1992 simply because there was no enforcement, and that's the problem. That is the problem. We have existing legislation that will take care of everything we need. It has to be enforced. The state law says that the state of Tennessee will comply with the Civil Rights Act of 1964, and so on and so on and so on. So that's in place. But the advocacy for enforcement is not there. That's what we got to have. It's on the books. We just need to advocate for it and hold them accountable.
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Taylor, Director and Health Officer of the Shelby County Health Department. I hear what you're saying. And what the best example I can give is actually to go back to committee number 5 that met at 9 a.m. this morning. And it was an ordinance first reading for a rezoning for land use here locally. Now, they decided to hold until a couple of committee meetings going forward. But when you read this first reading, number 1, committee number 5, it shows you how simple it is to go in and make a zoning district change. Now, we know it's not that simple in every place in the county. So really what I'm telling you is that, yes, there are laws on the books, but the law that I did was actually TCA, Title VI, Chapter 54. And Chapter 54 says that local jurisdictions can be more restrictive. And then I'm quite sure that if I had had more time and I had known this was coming, I could have given you other zoning laws locally and at the state level that say that they can be changed, amended, strengthened, all of those things, right? So you're right. We do have laws on the books right now. But what I'm telling you is is that I'm respectfully saying that our local elected officials may need to look at those ordinances, codes, and laws and decide which ones need to be strengthened. And my personal opinion, if I can take that privilege, is that you may want to look at the fact that we still use a 1950 zoning map first.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Thornton, you're in the queue.
Thank you. I'm learning a lot. You're teaching today.
You know, I like to do that, Commissioner Thornton.
No, I appreciate it. I think that as I've just been listening to the conversation, what gives me solace is knowing that we can take legislative action. So I'm just trying to figure out how much of it from the health department's perspective has been thought out to recommend, because it's easy for us to just sponsor it. Can you just advise on how much more thought we need to do? Like, is this something that needs to go through an ad hoc to be able to bring together the other like activists and advocates and their knowledge, or do we feel like we have the modifications that can actually make better legislation here?
So I'm glad you asked that, Commissioner Thornton. I'm going to read a little bit, but the gist of what I'm going to read is this. Please understand, in jurisdictions that do this well, public health and economic development can work together, and they don't have to cancel each other out, right? They can complement each other, but it requires transparency with the community. So with that, I would like to ask that while we have City Councilwoman Yolanda Cooper Sutton here and the current Board of Commissioners here, we move to form a working group to update our air regulations and to give the health director / health officer the authority to enhance our tools to regulate air quality. So in other words, yes, we have the expertise to advise you all, but we don't want you all to waste this opportunity that we have today at this moment to make the necessary changes and really be accountable to the community in the way we need to be.
That's good. So I hear nothing but workable solutions. So I've already texted Councilwoman Sutton saying joint ordinance. So it's good to hear that we have champions on both sides of Main Street. I would just say I would be remiss not to draw correlations between compromised air and water and lead and all the other environmental issues in our education system. So when we talk about the challenges that we're having with educating our children, these have direct implications on that. A teacher can only do so much. A teacher with lead compromised students and students that are having to deal with additional health issues because of the air and water that they're consuming, are teachers that need additional supports to specifically address those environmental issues as they show up in the classroom. So I don't think that we're drawing those connections enough and really putting a fiscal note behind how we need to remediate those things. And I just want to make sure that we don't miss that opportunity as we're talking heavily about the health implications, but also our education system as a whole. So I'm going to get back in queue just for some final thoughts on this item, and I hope that my colleagues will support this resolution.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Brooks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to the sponsor, I am definitely in support of this. I would simply add that I hope that we will also consider incorporating Title VI. I'm using consider respectfully because that's the most important part of it. At the federal level, there's also an executive order, 12898, and environmental justice policies, which more generally address disproportionate impacts. And that is what is so key. And it just cuts across everything. So we got to focus in on that. We have the laws. We're not enforcing those. We're not advocating for those. We have and I agree with you on the zoning and all of that. But you know what, Dr. Taylor, you know this. We got to read them. So we'll know the impact. You got to read them, and they're so boring. And I read them
Yes, ma'am.
and I ask questions. And people get all bent out of shape when I ask questions about it. So sometimes you let it go. But this is an opportunity. This is an opportunity. I'm so glad you brought those maps.
Yes, ma'am.
This says a lot here. Do y'all see where we are? 1953 and 2025. So I wholeheartedly support this. I'd like to be added as a sponsor, and I hope we consider adding Title VI, enforcement and advocacy, and every executive order that implements disproportionate impact. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Brooks made a motion to be added as a sponsor. It was second by Sugarman. Can we accept it without objection? So moved. Commissioner Lowry, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Taylor, for your presentation. I echo as far as you educating us today. I was also reached out about this very same thing and want to support the public being able to be heard, and I'm glad to hear that you have a process already as well. But just like anything else, new things bring new opportunity, right? And this project allows us to look at things differently. And I'm glad people are paying attention as well, because I also got a text about for the council member about doing something together as well. So hopefully we can all work in concert to do that. So very much supportive. Thank you for the job that you're doing. It's because of your leadership that we now are more knowledgeable, even this time frame, than we were yesterday about these things. And I know you have a heart to making sure that our community is as healthy as it can be. So I would like to be added as a sponsor as well, please.
All right, made a motion by Commissioner Lowry to be added as a sponsor, second by Commissioner Sugarman. Can we accept that without objection? So moved. Commissioner Thornton, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to thank the MCAP and all of the organizers and just residents who continue to show up. It takes a lot of energy. I've been seeing you guys just watchdog at a very high level and be able to just keep up with the ebbs and flow on the outside. So tracking down all this information and stuff, I just really empathize with all the work that goes into staying on top of things. So thank you so much. And just to Dr. Taylor, I think that today your leadership has just really shown very clearly, and I just appreciate you for the way that you took time to be able to educate us today. I hope that in other parts of Shelby County that we will adopt the same thoughtfulness as leaders to be able to just slow things down, get to the root of the issue, and then work together to be able to resolve it. So I thank you for that. I look forward to seeing who steps up to Sugarman's amendment, and the fact that you've opened up this invitation to a larger body of leaders, which is appropriate. So I will do my due diligence to make sure that people get the information for the hearing. If we can just stay in communication with each other so that we can give them a timely invitation, and let's get the right folks to the meeting so that we can come to some shared consensus around this. And I'm also going to take up the task of the working group and figuring out what's the best way. It sounds like Sugarman is also motivated Commissioner Sugarman is also motivated to be a part of that. So I'm glad to see that we are bringing this together. And I just can't say enough that I hope that this type of movement is the norm that we have in Shelby County moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you. And to all the commissioners, I want to make sure that we don't leave here without hopefully making a commitment that we will try to update our air pollution regulations within the next 3 to 4 months. I think we need to set a timetable. And I think we need to stick to it, and we need to be accountable to not only the folks who are here today, but all the advocates in the community who have really pushed for this and have asked us to do the work. And so I'm just suggesting that, hoping that I'll be part of this work group, but suggesting that we set a 3 to 4 month timetable to really look at our air pollution regulations and make the amendments that need to be made.
So thank you, Dr. Taylor, because actually I was going to, I'm sorry, still your time. We're worried. I'm trying to get her to say a date for the record, so I'm sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner Thornton.
No worries. I just wanted to publicly commit to that and appreciate you for making that time bound. And in line with you, I'm curious what we're thinking about for the date for the hearing.
Great question. Let me get back to you because I've got to make sure that I haven't overpromised for my team. And I want to make sure that the date is something that we can make sure that everything that needs to happen is in alignment. My suggestion is that we make sure that it's sometime during the public comment period, right? So that, if we have some comments that are especially relevant to the issue, we can bring that to the forum as well.
Thank you so much, Dr. Taylor. That actually was going to be my question as chair of this committee, that we get actually a date for the record, but I understand you want to have the timeline set along with your public comments, so then that way it can make sense that it can all move together. But my ask will be, again, that we do not go past, you said 3 to 4 months, but my ask would be that we try not to go past, I would say 3. But I heard that 4 that you mentioned as well, but for sure, definitely not past 4 months. We need to have a date within that time period along with the meeting set within that time period as well.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. Thank you to the community for coming out and advocating on this issue, and thank you for all comments made today. This actually concludes. I'm sorry, we do have to vote. In my mind, I'm thinking it's already passed. I'm sorry. Madam Clerk, can you please prepare our screens for voting? Madam Clerk, can you please tally our votes?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Sugarman, Thornton, Brooks, Laurie. Commissioner Wright voted no. We have 5 aye votes, 1 no.
Thank you so much. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. This concludes committee number 3, hospitals and health, and we will now go back to committee number 1, budget and finance. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 3?
Item 3 is a resolution to amend the Shelby County Chancery Court FY 2025 General Fund Operating Budget in the amount not to exceed $90,796, reflecting revenue collections, and to amend the FY 2025 Position Control Budget, increasing salary and fringe benefits for 14 full-time employees. Sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. That item was moved by me. Can I get a second, please? Second by Commissioner Wright. Thank you so much. And we now will hand it over to Chancery Court.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Aaron Hall, Clerk and Master of Chancery Court. With me is Ms. Gina Boone, the Chief Administrator of Chancery Court. The item before you is to ask for an increase of our salaries budget for $90,796, which is salaries and fringes, to bring our staff up to parity with the sister court. And then we have the revenue projections in the resolution are from December. We have current revenue projection that shows that we can more than cover this increase to our budget. As of the end of February, we're approximately at 78% of our budgeted revenue. We still haven't collected any or dispersed any of our delinquent tax sale monies from the January tax sale, which will happen probably next month. And then we have a tax sale in April. And all these extra funds come through the tax sale process and are reapplied and brought back to the general fund at the end of the year. So I'm projecting we'll probably hit about 120% of our projected revenue, so we can obviously more than cover an increase of $90,000 when I believe we're going to actually put about $750,000 or more back into the general fund, in addition to the 1.5 we put into the general fund.
Thank you, Clerk Hall. I don't see any. I forgot you can't tap in, so Director Thornton.
Good afternoon, Gerald Thornton, Director of Human Resources. As you're aware that the county is actually currently conducting the compensation study, and what Clerk Hall here is asking for is actually outside of the compensation study. So what we ask is some type of deferment by the commission until the compensation study itself is conducted and completed, because I know that there's been some discussion between Chancery Court as well as the Circuit Court Clerk's office, and with that, one, they didn't take into consideration the 6% that the mayor has already previously given, and two, we want to see what the compensation study itself will bring out, because we don't want necessarily an elected official or an appointed official like the clerk here to give salary increases that goes contrary to what we're trying to do when it comes to consistency with our compensation study itself.
Thank you for that, Director Thornton. So today is March 26th, and the compensation study is coming out April 16th, I believe. I'm going off the top of my head.
That is correct. As a matter of fact, we've got a meeting within the next 10 minutes to do some finalization as to what we're going to present. And it looks like that preliminarily there is going to be some increases in some positions. At least there are going to be requests from the actuary who's actually doing the study. And so what we don't want to do is to allow Chancery Court itself to come in and adjust salaries that may be outside of what the compensation study itself may present, because if allowed, pursuant to what Chancery Court is asking, then it's going to throw off several other offices in Shelby County government, just like what happened with the Sheriff Department when he gave his 5% increases. It threw all of Shelby County ASME employees and others off. So we're trying to prevent that by precluding an elected official to just arbitrarily give increases based upon what they think that the employees should receive versus an actual study itself. As a part of the study, the Chancery Court positions are actually a part of the study, as well as Clerk Halbert's and Clerk Swearingen's and everyone else's. So again, I don't want to beat this dead horse, but we don't want an elected official to come in and let's say they gave $5,000 above what the study itself is saying, then therefore we're going to have we're going to open that floodgate, and this commission is going to have to increase the other clerks' salaries accordingly.
Thank you, Director Thornton. Clerk Hall, looks like you are want to respond.
I'm restraining myself. As most of you know, I'm here pretty often every year talking about compensation for our employees and how long it's been, studied and brought about that we need to do something, but nothing ever happens. This commission earlier this year increased the salaries for our sister court that put my staff out of parity. And my staff, for the most part, have more years of seniority than the circuit court staff. And so it behooves me, one, to look out for my employees, but two, if something has already been done, then I need to match what was done to keep my employees happy. Because without them, I won't be operating or collecting excess revenue. So while I totally agree the compensation study is important, I was around when the other one was done and nothing really came of it. I can't sit back and let something happen that affects my staff without speaking up for them.
Last thing.
Director Thornton.
Yes, Gerald Thornton, Director of Human Resources. I'm glad Mr. Hall brought this up, Clerk Hall brought this up, is in that the fact that not to get too much into the weeds with Circuit Court, but what Circuit Court presented to this honorable body here did not comply with both HR as well as finance, and therefore, although passed by this commission, at this point we cannot comply with what the clerk's office has done in Circuit Court. So I don't know if Clerk Hall knows the fact that Clerk Swearingen, what she asked for has not been effectuated. We're trying to make some corrections as to what was presented, but unlike Circuit Court, Chancellor here is actually bringing monies in above and beyond what is expected. He's paying all his costs, whereas some of the other clerks who presented their requests for increases, although they did meet various standards, they did not collect enough money pursuant to what was asked for. On several occasions, I made the reference, and I said to Clerk Swearingen and her staff that Commissioner Ford amended that particular resolution, and that amendment says that they have to bring in additional monies above and beyond their current fee structures. And based upon that, the only way we can actually effectuate that particular request with Clerk Swearingen was after finance closes its books out in July on August 15th then of 2025, then we can look at what Clerk Swearingen actually brought in. And I know there's been a lot of debate, not amongst you all, but amongst the various clerks as to what was actually amended and what was voted on. So therefore, we cannot provide Clerk Swearingen with what she's asking for because we have to wait until the books are finally closed August 15th to see if she brought in the additional fees that she represented before this honorable body. So again, and lastly, the Chancery Court, and I'm definitely on board with our employees, especially lower paying employees, can pay more money. But again, I honorably ask that this matter be deferred until we have the compensation study. The compensation study, I know Mr. Clay Perry and I are about to get on a call in about 7 minutes to see exactly what's going on. We're going to have the actuary who's actually doing this study to present to you all at one of the budget meetings on a Wednesday to let you all know exactly what's going on. Preliminarily, our people are underfunded, or underpaid, should I say, but we do not want this to go through and it throws the other clerk's offices, for lack of a better term, out of whack. So again, we ask for this matter to be deferred until after the compensation study is presented. And I think Commissioner Sugarman has one also that has been deferred until the 30th of August, until after the mayor presents his balanced budget as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Thornton. Commissioner Wright, you were in the queue. You're not? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I was just going to, I think on that last note, I did not support the other one either. Would be pretty consistent, nothing against you or your office. Certainly appreciate everything all the clerks do. I know we need to get to a better place with it overall, but that's where I am as sort of, I like to see this done in an orderly way. And I also, although I understand the argument, and I don't blame you for bringing it about collections, we say this a lot, not every office can bring collections, and so I just have a hard time with that when whether it's Clerk Halbert or whoever. Thank goodness, Trustee Newman generally doesn't bring that argument that all of her collections should stay within her office. We would be up a creek if she did. But I do support overall, I think this board has made pretty solid steps toward increasing pay over the last 2 or 3 cycles. Not to say that we're there yet, but so I don't hold this against you for bringing it. You have to bring it, but to be consistent with myself, I have to oppose.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. My question would be, because I just counted the days, it's less than 30 days. Actually less than 25 days when the compensation study will be presented on the 16th in Budget Subcommittee. Just wondering if there's an opportunity here, because I think one of the things, I understand why you brought it, because you said you're advocating for your people, but I think it's difficult to say yes to this, and we're literally right in the middle of that work happening. So, I definitely sponsor this because I want this conversation to be had. Now, in counting the days and knowing that we're less than 30 days out, less than 25 days out, actually for the compensation study to be presented, my ask is it possible to hear that first? So that way we can level set across the county before we then bring any additional changes to your budget.
So I would certainly support that as long as my staff is on par with their counterparts.
Okay. Director Thornton, can you say that on the record into the microphone so that we can hear you?
This gentleman and I get along very well, so. And I said I support that 100%. And that's what we're asking for when it comes to the compensation study, is in that everyone's on par with all the other clerks, because we don't want clerks to jump from one clerk's office to the other. And so I think there may have been some misunderstanding or misinformation where when it came to Clerk Swearingen, people are thinking that Clerk Swearingen, although you all voted in, that her people are being paid substantially more than the other clerk's offices, and that's not the case, because we did run into some issues with the way the resolution was actually written and the actual monies out there. And so I've asked members of your staff to also clarify, as well as we're going to pull the record to give a more detailed report to Clerk Swearingen as to what was actually said and what was actually voted on. Based upon the legislative intent that you all had, it was different than what I think that office understood what happened before this honorable body.
Thank you, Director Thornton. Madam Parliamentarian, since Clerk Hall is in agreement with waiting to after the April 16th for this particular item, what would be the proper action to take? Because I don't think, defer. Okay, just making sure, because I know you're not withdrawing altogether. All right, and what is that meeting date? Is that the 23rd? That would be the next committee.
No, excuse me. Yeah, the 30th. So we have April 9th, and then we have a committee on April 30th. Yeah.
The budget is being presented on the 30th.
Yeah, it is. Mm-hmm.
Can we move it on a subcommittee?
No, I'm trying to move them to the next committee. Yeah. Okay. All right. So for the record, that's April 30th. No, after the 16th, after the 16th subcommittee. So that committee would be the 30th. Okay. All right. All right, can we, that's moved by me. Can I get a second, please? Second by Commissioner Sugarman. Can we accept that without objection? All right, so moved. Thank you so much, Clerk Hall. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 4?
So you did that without objection? We did. Okay. All right. Item 4 is a resolution approving contract amendments between the Aging Commission of the Mid-South and Southwest Human Resource Agency in the amount of $283,375 for a new total contract amount not to exceed $857,975, and family to family in the amount of $394,311 for a new total contract amount not to exceed $703,311, effective upon the execution through June 30th, 2025, for the purpose of providing supportive services to eligible seniors and individuals living with disabilities in the service area of Fayette, Lauderdale, Shelby, and Tipton counties. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2025 federal and state grant funds in their aggregate amount not to exceed $677,686 for revised total contracted amount not to exceed $1,561,286. Sponsored by Commissioner Charlie Caswell, Jr.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. That item was moved by Commissioner Sugarman, a second by Commissioner Mills. All right, we have Ms. Whitehead here for a presentation.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Cherry Whitehead Thompson, Deputy Director for the Division of Community Services. So this item is approving contract amendments between the Aging Commission of the Mid-South and two of its sub-recipients, which are Southwest Human Resource Agency and Family to Family, to basically just continue providing support services to older Americans and adults with disabilities. So these contracts were initially funded through ARPA dollars, and those funds have now been exhausted. So we're primarily just switching them over to federal and state grants to help them continue providing services through June 30th of 2025. And so with that being said, the administration recommends approval of this item.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Wright, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Deputy Director. I did get a constituent question about this, and they were asking if there are any, I guess I would say, qualifications behind those who are receiving the services. Their particular question was, is there a citizenship requirement to receive the services? Can you tell us anything about, is there any, I guess they have to live in these areas. Is there any other measure that we have or qualification that we have?
So do you mean being residents of the particular county served, or?
Yeah, well, they were asking if citizenship status was at all considered.
That I would have to find out the answer to, and I can definitely email that.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Wright. Commissioner Brooks, you're in the queue.
Thank you. I also have a constituent question, not exactly around this, but it has to do with income. This thing is stuck on my earring. It has to do with income guidelines for home health care. Can you help me with that? Because let me sort of give you a little context here. There is a, one of my constituents has a parent who is experiencing some symptoms of dementia. And she's living at home alone because she wants to. And she's trying to conduct her business because she wants to. And I guess overall she wants to maintain her independence. However, she's showing more and more signs of dementia. And this individual has reached out for help from an agency or two, but has yet to receive any. So I just need some guidance in terms of the Aging Commission and what you can do, or if there's anything you can tell me or refer me to.
Okay. So thank you. Cherry Whitehead Thompson, Deputy Director, Division of Community Services. There is not an income requirement for those to receive services. Once they contact the call center and speak with someone, they take them through a process of screening and those kinds of things. So if at all possible, I'd like to get with you to just get that information and then ensure that one of the team gets involved with them.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I appreciate that.
And if I might, Commissioner Wright, I want to go back to your question. I've been informed that no, you don't have to be a citizen. Okay.
Commissioner Wright, get back in the queue.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Deputy Director. Can you tell me anything about, is there any kind of qualification process for, I mean, again, I would assume that they have to live in these areas that we cover. And they have to be senior, I guess. Are there any other qualifications, so to speak?
I want to be clear. I want to make sure I'm understanding the question in particular when you say qualifications. So they have to definitely be a senior. Again, like you said, stated they live in those particular areas that are being served. Are you talking about?
Just any other condition of receiving service?
Let me check into it. I'll email you.
Okay.
And I want to go back. I'm getting text messages as we're talking, but for the older Americans funding, no, they don't have to be a citizen. But for 10 care services for 10 care services, income and citizenship is required. Okay, because it is based on.
That is part of this, or?
Well, just in general.
Okay.
Yeah, and they have to be 60 years of age or older to qualify, or have a disability as an adult. Am I confusing you?
No,
okay.
That's great.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sorry about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. Deputy Director Thompson, I think this is an opportunity, though, for you probably to go ahead and send out an email to all commissioners regarding the qualifications that are needed in order to receive services again. I think it sounds like we are now we get constituent calls based upon what is on the agenda, but the reality of it is a refresher could always be used when around services, especially when we're talking about a lot of our grant-funded services.
Cherry Whitehead Thompson, so is it for specific services or just in general for all? Because what we can do is break it down by each of those programs.
I think you should do that.
Absolutely. We'll take care of that, get the email out to you.
All right, thank you so much. I don't see any additional commissioners in the queue. Madam Clerk, can you please prepare our screens for voting? Deputy Director, in your response to us and about services, can you also create some type of spreadsheet around response time? Because I think one of the I just actually got a constituent response around basically it took quite a bit of time for someone to receive some follow-up. So I think if we can also have average response time around those who are seeking services as well.
Will do.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, can you please tally our votes?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Sugarman, Mills, Wright, Brooks. We have 5 aye votes.
Thank you so much. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 5?
Item 5 is an ordinance third reading, ordinance amending Article 5, Section 14 through 136 of the Shelby County Code of Ordinances to raise the minimum wage of Shelby County employees to a living wage for the fiscal year 2026 budget. Sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman, this item was substituted in March 17th, 2025 Commission meeting.
All right, this item was moved by Commissioner Sugarman, a second by Commissioner Thornton. And we're now on the third reading of this item. Don't know if anyone is here. No response. All right. Commissioner Sugarman? If not, we can just prepare our screens for voting. Third reading. Thank you. Madam Clerk? Madam Clerk, can you please tally our votes?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Sugarman. Commissioner Wright voted no. We have 2 aye votes, 1 no.
Thank you so much. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 6?
Item 6 is a resolution by the Board of County Commissioners of Shelby County, Tennessee to create and fund 3 positions for the Citizen Law Enforcement Review Committee Clerk in the fiscal year 2026 budget, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman. This item was reconsidered and referred back to committee in March 17th, 2025 Commission meeting.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. That item was moved by Commissioner Sugarman, a second by Commissioner Wright. Commissioner Sugarman, okay, all right. Madam Clerk, can you please prepare our screens for voting? Madam Clerk, can you please tally our votes?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Sugarman. Commissioner Wright voted no. We have 2 ayes, 1 no.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 7?
Item 7 is a resolution amending the fiscal year 2025 general fund operating budget in an amount not to exceed $1,127,490 and to amend the position control budget to increase the position count by 50 FTE, adding 50 classified full-time positions for the purpose of youth justice education corrections officers / youth rehabilitation specialists. This item requires the appropriation and expenditure of fiscal year 2025 general fund dollars in an amount not to exceed $1,127,490, sponsored by Chairman Michael Whaley.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. That item was moved by Commissioner Sugarman. I will second it for discussion. See, here we have several people in queue. I'll hand it over to administration to discuss item number 7.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Blair Benavides, Office of Innovation and Strategic Communications. Good morning, Commissioners. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to come before you today to discuss a critical next step toward ensuring the well-being of juveniles detained at the Youth Justice and Education Center. Thank you, Chairman Whaley, for sponsoring this resolution. I have a few stakeholders here with me today. Most importantly, Director Audrey Tipton from Finance will discuss details of the resolution. Also present are Director Anthony Alexander from Corrections and Mr. Reese Walker, who will serve as the Interim Director and Administrator of Programs at the Shelby County Youth Justice and Education Center. Before we hear from Director Tipton, I'd like to make a few brief comments, if that's okay with you. Under Tennessee Code, annotated Section 37-1-116, juvenile court is responsible for operational and programmatic oversight of the youth detention facility. For the last 10 years, the Shelby County Sheriff's Office has assumed oversight of the Youth Justice and Education Center. However, as Sheriff Bonner is obligated to handle multiple public safety matters, his office is no longer prepared to continue this responsibility. As a result, Juvenile Court Judge Sugarman has requested Mayor Harris's assistance with youth detention facility operations on an interim basis. The mayor's administration has agreed together with Juvenile Court Judge Sugarman and Shelby County Division of Corrections Director Alexander to assume operational oversight of the facility on an interim basis. The Division of Corrections, in close collaboration with Juvenile Court, will assume primary responsibility for facility operations and program implementation. To ensure we minimize disruptions, maintaining juvenile well-being and rehabilitation as the primary focus during this leadership transition, stakeholders have been meeting twice monthly, and we've had ongoing outreach with the sheriff and his staff. It is our responsibility to ensure the well-being and rehabilitation efforts for juveniles detained at the Youth Justice and Education Center. To meet this responsibility, the Division of Corrections requires additional specialized staffing to support safety and programmatic activities. We view this as a win-win solution that brings tremendous benefits to detained youth, while also allowing the Sheriff's Office to prioritize other public safety matters. Again, thank you for considering this resolution. If it pleases this body, I would now like to turn it over to Director Tipton, who can provide additional context.
Director Tipton.
Thank you. Good morning, or good afternoon. Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. As Director Benavides has just mentioned to you, we are now transitioning or attempting to transition the Youth Justice and Education Center from the Sheriff's Office over to the administration, where it would be under the general fund, under the direction of Director Anthony Alexander and his staff. Through a collaborative effort with Director Alexander and his staff, we have projected the entire operation to require approximately 148 employees that are fully functional. The estimated annual cost is approximately $13 million. The resolution that you see before you is a resolution to initiate this process by hiring 50 FTEs under the general fund, under the leadership of our director, Anthony Alexander, and his team. And this will allow us to transition the process as we get the handoff from the Sheriff's Department. Per Exhibit A of this resolution, you will see the annual salaries for the 50 employees, including fringes and benefits, is approximately $4 million. Because we are hiring these employees in the 10th month of the fiscal year, we're now able to recognize a vacancy savings or restriction of about $3.3 million or $3.4 million, which means the impact to the general fund would be $1.1 million. So the administration is in full agreement of this resolution, and we request your approval. Any questions?
Thank you so much, Director Tipton. Commissioner Wright, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I also see Dr. Stephanie Hill. I'm assuming you're here in support. Yeah, if you want.
Stephanie Hill, Chief Administrative Officer, Juvenile Court. Yes, we are in support of the resolution and the transition.
Right. And is it safe to assume that the Sheriff's Office is in favor?
Blair Benavides, Office of Innovation and Strategic Communications. Yes, he is in favor of this resolution as well.
And so, I want to make sure that we avoid any further legal involvement between the parties. Is that also safe to assume that this agreement would put those concerns, would end those legal matters?
Stephanie Hill, Chief Administrative Officers. I think these two pieces are separate. In terms of the legal process, we're just here to speak to this resolution and the transition. I wouldn't be in the position to speak to the legal components.
Okay. I guess my concern is that, we saw Sheriff's Office and Juvenile Court headed to court over control of the, who's providing this service, so to speak. So if both parties are in favor of it, wouldn't that end the legal contest?
Stephanie Hill, Juvenile Court, I would absolutely hope so. So assuming that this resolution passes and we can move forward with the transition process, I would absolutely hope that that would resolve the legal issues.
Director Tip, I think Director Tip, she wanted to answer you.
Thank you, Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. I'm not going to speak on behalf of any legal issues, but we have been in communication with Sheriff Bonner and his team, as well as with Judge and his team, and right now, everybody is in agreement with this resolution.
Thank you for that. And then I guess my last question then would be on the finance side. It was my understanding that originally the sheriff's office was proposing that they transfer a portion of their budget to the court to take care of this. This is coming out of general fund balance. Has there been back and forth on that question, or tell me where that sits?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. Currently, we are not requesting any money from the Sheriff's Office because we are so late in the year doing this, and they are still managing the facility right now. But as we look at the FY26 budget, we are revisiting all of that information to ensure that the sheriff receives the adequate funding that he needs, as well as the funding is put in place in order to transition this over to corrections and that they can handle it.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. Thank you, Director Tipton. Commissioner Thornton, you're in the queue.
Thank you. Can you say more about the positions that will be available? And these are new positions that we're bringing on board, or do we anticipate that people will transfer? Because I'm aware this is a new facility, right? So I'm just of the opinion that when there's a newer facility, that there's a lot of shifts that will happen from people moving from existing places. Hypothetically speaking, people coming from 201 that would want to be a part of this new facility, new position. So can you just talk to what we anticipate will be some employment shifts that could happen as a result of these new 50 positions?
Good afternoon, Anthony Alexander, Director of Corrections. The 50 positions right now are custody-type positions. They do not include any lateral transfers from the sheriff's office as of yet. We have to bring these individuals on board because it's a 12-week training cycle. And so to get ahead of the game, we are looking to take full occupation of the center in October, start shadowing the sheriff in July. And so with the second phase in the new fiscal year, there could be some lateral transfers from the sheriff's office.
So we're about to announce 50 new positions within Shelby County government.
Yes, ma'am.
And what is our marketing strategy to be able to reach ideal candidates to fill these vacancies?
Anthony Alexander, Director of Corrections. We've had job fairs in various community colleges locally and in various communities around Shelby County. We've been at University of Memphis. We're at Walmart. We're at Tanger Outlet. We're in churches. Everywhere we can go right now to try to attract young folks to work in corrections, we're doing that.
Do you have any type of flyer that you've created that we could use to promote through our PR channels?
Anthony Alexander, Director of Corrections. Yes, ma'am, we have. We actually reduced the application phase. What we found is that young adults typically don't like to fill out the 5-page application, so we've reduced that to a 5x8 double-sided index card, which we're getting a great response. But we also have a brochure that we can give you with a QR code that leads you directly to our site.
Nice. Anything you can do, we'll get it connected to Rashad so that we can help amplify your outreach.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Director Alexander, along that same line, though, question, because I'm looking in our documents, can you also just provide us with a job description so that we can have that as well, because it's not in on base?
Anthony Alexander, yes, ma'am, I will.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Brooks, you're in the queue.
Thank you, ma'am. My apologies, Director Alexander, what did you say about training?
Anthony Alexander, Director of Corrections. It's a 12-week training cycle to meet all of the requirements that DCAS has laid out for detention monitors for juvenile facilities. We meet most of those training requirements right now. We have engaged with DCS, and we will be training several of our instructors as trainer instructors in Handle with Care for Youth, which is a DCS model. And so we will facilitate that training on April 14th of this year, and we will roll it out to our entire staff in June.
Okay, that's really important to me, that we do have new recruits and new employees who are specially trained to deal with children, which is a totally different training from dealing with adults. And I don't need to tell you that. I know you know that. So I want to go back a bit. Now, this resolution that we have here, does it ensure that we have adjudication hearings, including the custody and neglect at juvenile court?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. No, this resolution is specifically just to add 50 new positions in order to start the transition.
Okay. So it's the transition for moving the existing employees out and moving the new employees in?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. No, this is for 50 new positions.
Okay, 50 new positions that will be at the Youth Development Center on Gilwell?
50 new positions that will be under the direction of Director Alexander.
Okay, and where will they be housed? Where will they work? What's the
So
work
Anthony
site?
Alexander, Director of Corrections, let me answer that in two phases. The 50 positions, again, is so we can start training the individuals to work at Youth Justice Center, and we need to do that if we're going to be prepared to take over in October. And so that's why we're bringing 50 on board now, and we will bring the remaining individuals on in July. But the first piece you asked about the court.
Yes.
And so we have allocated positions for 616 Adams to facilitate court transfers.
Oh, okay, so I'm gonna stop dancing around the issue. There is an Attorney General's opinion, there is a state law that says whomever has custody of the children are responsible for transporting them. So presently, the sheriff has custody, but when this changes, then the court will have custody. So will the children be at the court for hearings? Would there still be a need to wrestle with this?
Stephanie Hill, Juvenile Court. So what is baked into the plan is transportation to 616 Adams Avenue, because of course the challenge that we face at the current YJAC facility is there's only one courtroom in that space. We will continue to use that courtroom, but youth will be transported to the court so that we can access those other courtrooms to continue to move cases forward quickly.
Okay, well, that's great. I mean, that's ideal. And, you can keep that place open, and you can probably just conduct transfer hearings out there and have all the other hearings at 616 Adams. Not telling you what to do, but it's just a suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Caswell, you in the queue.
Thank you, Chairwoman. And to this, in these 50 new positions, I know talking with the mayor previously, we talked about the need for more classrooms and opportunities for these young people to get the services that they need. I know that you all came down for resources around mental health and counseling and what have you. I just wanted to know, what do that look like as far as the children that are in custody getting mental health counseling and services and support in classroom study with this new takeover?
Stephanie Hill, Juvenile Court. We're in partnership with the Department of Corrections and working directly with Director Alexander to build out that plan. They are very committed to innovation programs and services and working closely with us to ensure that those things are embedded in the plan for the facility. So we appreciate that Director Alexander is so open to working with us to be suggestive around what programs and services, and so we can actually maximize the education in the facility.
Okay. And so when it comes to outside partners that's coming in, do you still have those individuals coming in, and would that be more opportunities to have outside, like the youth, Young Man University and others partners that you're working with?
And thank you for that question, Commissioner Caswell. Absolutely. We, as a court, have vetted over 100 community stakeholders that are part of our portfolio that service youth in the community and will have greater access to being able to provide those services while the youth are detained at the YJAC.
Yeah. And again, I thank you, Director, and I know you said the trainer would be there in place. One of the things I know that many of these kids come from these adverse childhood experiences, these toxic environments, and so having your officers really understanding that root cause issue, that in this space, when many of them are going to be coming in contact with them, may be the only buffer resilience that they get. And so having that, that at the foundation, of some of that impact of coming in touch with them would be appreciated. I think that, so, I just, again, as someone who went when I was 15 years old and understand the impact of being in that system and then getting back out and going right back to a toxic environment without having an encounter with someone who understood that it doesn't help that child. So I appreciate it and look forward to supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Caswell. Commissioner Brooks, you're back in the queue.
Thank you. Commissioner Caswell just brought something to mind. We have a number of organizations, pop-up mental health organizations. And I guess it's, because there's a sign of the times with the accessible gun laws and all of that and all the different kinds of drugs. So there's a market out there. And mainly I see a lot of our children who are being used as commodities. So my question here, are we focused on culturally competent mental health and behavioral health services for our children? Are we focused on that?
Stephanie Hill, Juvenile Court. Yes, absolutely. We're focused on cultural competency across all of our services and all of our programs. And the beautiful thing is we're at the place now where we're working collectively. We've even suggested having a community advisory around what we would like to see happen at the YJAC. And so we are going to both be in community with the parents, the youth. We've had a meeting already with YJAC, the youth advocacy program that works with youth that were a part of the youth justice system. We've talked to the CJJC, and we're looking to have ongoing conversation with community to make sure we put the right things in place.
Now, that's the other part of this, the CJJC. Is it still active, or it needs to be activated? Because parents need to be updated. I've had some calls as chair of the Juvenile Court Committee in reference to what's going on, particularly when the issue regarding transportation came up, and then, of course, when there was some rumors, if you will, or noise, whichever, regarding parents and the restrained visitation out at the center on Gedwell. So at some point, or how can we, do you envision activating the CJJC so that we can have our parent meeting?
Stephanie Hill, Juvenile Court, absolutely. So we just convened a meeting with them about a week ago to start to gain feedback. And again, the Community Advisory Committee, I think, really has legs in this process to help ensure that we are and not just at the point of transition, but I think ongoing, collecting the right feedback to make sure we're doing the right thing for kids and families. And I think this partnership welcomes that.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
If I may make a comment, just Blair Benavides, Office of Innovation and Strategic Communications. I just want to reiterate what Dr. Hill has stated. We are very committed to working with all stakeholders and partners to ensure that youth receive the programming that they need, not just while they're in the facility, but also as they return and reintegrate into their communities, which are also our communities. So we want the best outcomes for those youth. And again, Director Alexander, Dr. Hill, Juvenile Court, Judge Sugarman, Mayor Harris, we are all very committed to ensuring that we have the right steps, the right people, and the right processes in place to have the best outcomes.
Thank you for that. Dr. Hill, I do want to acknowledge your new terminology of YJAC. I do want want people to understand, while we may start using all of these initials, that to please let's say them all the way through, because we do have a listening public that does not understand what all of these new names are.
Stephanie Hill, Juvenile Court. Thank you, Commissioner Bibbs. The Youth Justice and Education Center that we often shorten to YJAC, so that's what we're referring to, the Youth Justice and Education Center. My apologies.
No, thank you very much. Commissioner Brooks actually brought it up around just the type of investments that have been made in that new facility. So we definitely need to just make sure that we are reminding people that the investment is made and the work will still continue on. So that's why I just wanted to call that to record. Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, can you please prepare our screens for voting? Madam Clerk, can you please tally our votes?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Wright, Thornton, Brooks. We have 6 aye votes.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 8, please?
Item 8 is a resolution amending the FY 2025 operating budget and extending the funding agreement with the University of Tennessee Health Science Center to continue the administration for Shelby Cares health facility funding in the amount of $100,000 and appropriating $100,000 for the same. This item requires the appropriation and expenditure of general funds in the amount of $100,000, sponsored by Commissioner McWright.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. This item has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman, a second by Commissioner Thornton. And we do have a speaker for this item.
Thank you so much. Blair Benavides, Office of Innovation and Strategic Communications. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you to the committee chair and vice chair, Commissioners Clay, Bibbs, and Lowry, for hearing this item before the Budget and Finance Committee. I'd like to thank Commissioner Wright for sponsoring this resolution to extend our contract with UT Health Science Center by 3 months to operate Shelby Cares on 3rd through the end of this fiscal year. Dr. Jim Bailey, Executive Director of the Tennessee Health Consortium, is also here to help address any questions that you may have about health programming and outcomes at Shelby Cares on 3rd. In January, I had an opportunity to present to this body about the positive health outcomes we've seen at Shelby Cares on 3rd, a health hub focused on reducing cardiovascular risk factors for people who live in medically underserved areas. Shelby County has much higher than average incidence of stroke and heart attack compared to the national average, a statistic that is exacerbated in lower income zip codes. This work and the encouraging outcomes would not be possible without our partnership with UT. UT's Neighborhood Health Hub model has demonstrated success in improving risk factors for heart attack and stroke, such as lowering blood pressure, blood glucose levels, and overall weight among individuals participating in health coaching, diabetes prevention, and workout classes. UT opened its first health hub in Uptown in 2022, and after seeing the potential benefits to the community, Shelby County government funded a second health hub, Shelby Cares on 3rd, located in Westwood, opened in May of 2023. Despite having opened its doors more than a year after the Uptown location, Shelby Cares on 3rd represents 70% of all visits to date for the 2 locations. Though there were more than 13,000 visits combined across the 2 locations, Shelby Cares on 3rd served more unique patients and more health coaching visits. Roughly 95% of patients served were Black. As I shared in January, the 2-year health outcomes among patients engaged in health coaching, shown in a handout I have provided, speak for themselves, including an 18% drop in blood glucose and up to 10% drop in blood pressure. Our contract with UT ends March 31st in just a few days. Without an agreement extension, services at Shelby Cares on 3rd will come to a halt. Shelby Cares on 3rd meets a critical health need in our community, and we need your support to ensure that this program can continue to help residents of Shelby County meet their health goals, particularly those in South Memphis. The 3-month extension of the UT contract requires $100,000 of existing funds originally designated for Shelby Cares, representing 1 quarterly payment to UT for health services, and is the amount that will allow us to keep Shelby Cares on 3rd's doors open until the start of the new fiscal year. Thank you again for considering our resolution, and I welcome any of your questions.
Thank you so much. We have several appearance cards for this item, so I will start with our appearance cards first before I go to the commissioners that are in the queue. The first appearance card I have is Dolores A. Campbell. If you can come up, state your name and your address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Dolores A. Campbell, 377 Whiteville, Memphis, zip 38109. In mid-2024, my physician informed me I had some borderline health issues that required a lifestyle modification, namely a good food and exercise plan. I researched health facilities in my area, but none addressed my issues sufficiently. So after a short prayer, Shelby Cares just kind of popped up, and I took that as a sign of divine intervention. After participating in the program, I no longer need the pain medication I was prescribed. I have increased energy, sleep better at night, and I've lost 2 dress sizes. I have a few more goals to accomplish, and I feel certainly I will due to the program. As some of my exercise pals will attest, Shelby Cares has been instrumental in combating cancer, heart disease, and diabetes, which are 3 common chronic diseases in Shelby County. Without a doubt, a healthy population is more resilient and capable of responding effectively to health challenges. A healthy population experiences mental and emotional well-being and can reduce the burden on our public health agency. Shelby Cares is not limited to promoting good physical health. It's a great enhancement to the overall community. The interactive educational programs, co-ed and cross-generational groups, socialization of people from different neighborhoods, plus a quality program led by wellness and healthcare professionals is priceless. I appreciate Shelby Cares, and I hope, commissioners, you will allocate funds to continue this program for years to come. It has proven to be invaluable. Any questions?
No, ma'am. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Our next appearance card is Ms. Barbara Keller. Ms. Keller, if you can come up, state your name and your address for the record.
Good afternoon. Barbara Keller, 695 Hazelwood, 38109. I have been at Shelby Cares for little over a year. I really like it. I don't have a lot of those problems, but it is good for the community, and I enjoy the exercise and the fellowships. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next appearance card is Dr. Jim Bailey.
Okay, I think I can mostly leave it to our clients to tell our story. I can just say, as a physician working in sickness care for the last 30 years of my life at Regional 1, this is the best thing I've been part of. And I want to thank you for your support of this very important program. We want to grow it. We want to grow it. I'll also just real quickly share the comments of a couple people that had to leave. Pamela Price, who's 38106. The main thing she wanted me to say is this program's boosted my confidence in myself. I've given the program on. I've carried it on to my grandchildren. And then also Miss Cecilia Patrick. She says Miss Patrick is 38. I'll get that in a second. I know she's 3810 something. I think 38108. I won't be there tomorrow, but I decided to write a note to emphasize the importance of the Shelby Cares program. I began attending about 6 months ago and immediately saw a significant change in my health. The change was prompted by my attending the diabetes classes that promoted a healthier lifestyle. Our group members, as well as the Shelby Cares staff, discussed and demonstrated the importance of knowing things that not only have an unhealthy effect on us, but also things that we need to do to improve our health. In a short time, I decreased my A1C, that's my average blood sugar, from 8.65, which is in an uncontrolled level for diabetes, to 6.25, which is out of the diabetes range. Incredible. Really incredible, as well as notable weight loss. And we've heard hundreds of these stories. My goal at this point is to take the information provided by the Shelby Cares staff and continue moving forward toward a diabetes-free life. Thank you to the Shelby Cares staff for sharing your knowledge and steering us all to a healthier lifestyle. And I'll just make the comment, in many of our neighborhoods in Memphis, in fact, all across Memphis, most providers do not provide diabetes education services. Can you imagine that? That they don't provide diabetes education services because they don't pay a lot. But with health coaches, we can deliver those services, and the same for diabetes prevention program services, also smoking cessation counseling services and group sessions. So those are things Shelby Cares is really bringing forward in our community and making them more accessible. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next appearance card is Evan Ward. Come up, state your name and your address for the record.
Hello, I'm Evan Ward. I'm a physician assistant. I work at with the health hubs in support of the Shelby Cares and Uptown locations. My zip code is 38004, 319 Thomas. And I would just like to give some insight from the standpoint of working with the team with the health hubs. Just an incredible, exceptional group of professionals. And what I see day in and day out is that patients, they love the motivational technique that's used by the health counselors and the health coaches. They come in and they're excited about the visits. They don't feel judged. You know, the journey to good health sometimes has its ups and downs, and if they gain a pound or two along that journey to losing weight, they don't feel badly about it because they have someone that is a motivational force in their life to lift them up and to support them through that journey. The health coaches have been instrumental in picking up on patients who sometimes walk in to have their blood pressure checked, and they have an incredibly high blood pressure, and the health coaches will make sure that they get the proper care that they need. And through the health hubs, we actually have, I'm a physician assistant. We also have, I work under the supervision of Dr. Austin Dalgo and Dr. Jim Bailey here. And so we have an opportunity to make sure that those patients that need care right away have the opportunity to receive that. And so I think that just the mission, you know, the incredible team, it's a group of people with servants' hearts that really care about the community. I was really impressed by each of you today in this commission meeting by the level of care and concern to do what's in the best interest of Shelby Countyans and Memphians and the surrounding communities. And I think that this work attracts professionals who have a servant's heart and really care about the Memphis community and the surrounding communities, that have that unique quality to go above and beyond to meet the healthcare needs. I teach in the College of Medicine, and I emphasize the social determinants of health and understanding the greater picture of when a patient has barriers to healthcare, what their needs are for my students. And I think that the health hubs are an embodiment of understanding that and making sure that when a patient has a barrier that they go above and beyond to try to meet the healthcare needs of that patient. And so I thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next appearance card is Joyce Grace. If you can come up and state your name and your address for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Joyce Grace, and I've had the pleasure to go to a 6-week nutritional class that was taught. They taught us how to buy certain foods, how to cook it, and also it kind of slimmed me down. I look pretty good, don't I? And also, for the exercise class, it helped me to reduce my blood pressure, and I just feel wonderful. And we should be continue to fund it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next appearance card is Gail Clemens. Come up, state your name and your address for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Gail Clemens. I stay at 3330 Rochester Road at 38109. I am so grateful for Shelby Cares. Shelby Cares has brought me out a lot. I was once depressed. I had just lost a loved one. I didn't go outdoors. I didn't do anything. And one day I heard someone, they were at my church, and they offered Shelby Cares. And I decided to kind of look them up and see what they were about. I got there and I never wanted to leave. They had classes. They had people there that could share what I was going through. Somebody that I could depend on, that I could look to. Someone that I could just live again. It brought me life. I was thinking about today how I had to walk a block and a half and up a whole lot of stairs to get here. Oh my goodness. Y'all, I could not have done that last year. I could not have. And I wasn't out of breath. I didn't have to wait and do anything like that. Shelby Cares has been so good to me that my doctor taken me off of 2 of my blood pressure medicine. My doctor has taken me off of 1 of my diabetes medicine. My blood pressure has gone down. They're now monitoring my blood pressure because it's running low, so they can take me off some more. Please do not get rid of this. Please fund us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next appearance card is Delinda Rogers. Come up and state your name and your address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Delinda Rogers, and Shelby Cares has truly changed my life. Since joining, I've lost 25 pounds. I've learned to eat better, control my portion, and manage diabetes. But this program is so much more than just health and fitness. When I was going through cancer, Shelby Cares gave me strength. When I lost my loved one, it gave me comfort. The community is a reason to keep moving forward. Since retiring, it's been hard to find routine and purpose. This class gives me a reason to go out in the house, to stay active, to feel connected. My neighbors and I have come together. We hold each other accountable, and we've grown closer because of this program. Shelby Cares is more than a fitness class. It's healing, it's fellowship, and it's family. Please don't take that away from us.
Thank you so much. Our next appearance card is, I think this is Ray Hilliard. I almost called you Roy. I now see the little part about it. It's Ray.
Good afternoon. My name is Ray Hilliard. I live at 740 North Watkins, zip code 38107. I'm so happy that the Lord, the Lord always lead me into something good and the good people. There's something good that I'm interested in. I just so happened to stumble into this organization. I'm share this short story. A friend of mine, I do a dance called Chicago Style Stepping, and a friend of mine, her church had this class line dancing, and I just wanted to get people involved in the exercise because a few years ago, back in the early 80s, I was diagnosed with high blood pressure. I don't know how it come down on me, and I learned about eating right. I used to be at 205 pounds. Now I'm down to about 165. My goal when I was in high school almost, So I wanted to eat right. I got involved in church and talked to other organization leaders about getting the community to learn how to eat right, and doing things, get more involved in the interests of the community, what their needs are. And just so happened, my friend told me that Shelby Cares, I learned that when I went by there, that Shelby Cares, I didn't know who they were. But I said, I'm going to go up here and speak to the leader and see can I network with them and so forth, this exercise class. So I went there, and one of the ladies, she told me about who they were and got one of these pamphlets. I was so excited I could have cried, you know what I'm saying? That these folks care, they got the right name, Shelby Cares, they care. And the things they doing, this is just 2 weeks' time. Yesterday I went to a cooking class, and last week I went to a cooking class. They took my blood pressure and everything, and I wanted to educate people. I'm learning by going to the doctor. I bought me a monitor to check my own blood pressure and things at home, that the community need to be educated on how to take care of themselves better and how to eat better. And that's what they are doing, and that's what they're sharing. I got involved. She just asked me to come up here today. I didn't know what it was, but please, y'all, don't fund this organization. We need you. The community, we need you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next appearance card is Felicia Durant Blocker.
I'm a visual person. I don't know if y'all can see this from over there. Oh, okay. Okay. Speaking to the
State your name and your address for the record.
Okay. My name is Felicia Durant Blocker. My address is 4370 Old Forest Road, Memphis, Tennessee, 38125. I work in the 38109 area at Smith & Nephew. Excuse me, y'all. And I took advantage of the Shelby Cares program during my lunch break. I said, instead of trying to just go and eat, I'll just go and do some of the line dancing and some of the workouts that they were providing. And I did a vision board a year ago. I was 238 pounds when I did this vision board. And today, I'm 191. So the program is working. It showed me how to prepare food, how to just be mindful of what I'm intaking. And the people are wonderful. It's a great, great, great system, support system. They held us accountable for it. I just ended an 8-week program where they purchased my groceries and brought me healthy food. And I'm like, how do I cook this? They had looked through my book, found some recipes. My husband, he suffered from high blood pressure. His blood pressure went down. They took him off some medication last week. It's just a wonderful program. I don't know why I didn't know about it earlier, but since I know now, and you guys are aware of it, if you can continue this program to help other people, because we're just a handful that went through the program, and it's a wonderful tool to have. So if you can help us out, I appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Our next appearance card is Katie Long. Come up and state your name and your address for the record.
I am Katie Long at 189 Horseshoe Cove, 38109.
Didn't know I was coming up. So my blood pressure is already up. But I have truly enjoyed this program. I'm so happy to have such a program in our area. We don't have many that we can go to right in our area. And I've gotten to the point now where I don't drive very far, so that has really helped me. But most of all, and not to repeat what has already been said, I just like to tell you about my blood pressure. It has helped me with my blood pressure tremendously. I have the hereditary blood pressure, and anything I do, it goes up. If you take it now, you might want to send me to the hospital. But I have gone to my doctor twice in a row since I've been going, and she tells me that she has gotten my blood pressure down. Previously, nothing could get it down. Every time they changed medicine, it would go higher and higher. So truly thankful for this program. Please keep our program in our area. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next appearance card is Penny Ward. Please come up, state your name and your address for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Penny Ward. I live at 109 East Biscayne, Memphis, Tennessee, 38109. And this is actually my second appearance here with you all. I'm so grateful before Shelby Cares. I kind of stumbled over it as well. I saw a flyer at my church, Riverside Missionary Baptist Church, which is in the 38109 area. And I said, okay, let's see what they got going on since they're partnering with the church and the gym. So I started, it's been a little over a year. I've been on an exercise goal for years. My highest weight was 276. I am now at 183. But this place really did the push. Since I've been going there, my blood sugars have been, well, let me say this. My A1C was a 10, and yes, I use an endocrinologist. My A1C is now 4.6, which they have taken me off two of my medicines. I only take one medicine now, and they're kind of watching that. But I am so grateful for Shelby Cares. I share it with everybody everywhere I go. That's all I talk about, even now today. Of course, I wanted to be here to support this because it has been amazing. But I was sitting there thinking, they having class at 12 o'clock, and I can't get there. I can't get my chair aerobics, but that's all right. It's worth it. It's worth it. But I thank you all for hearing us today. All of these are my everyday Monday and Wednesday people back here. So it's a lifestyle for us. So we ask y'all to please help us out. We just a few people in the neighborhood that want to keep living and keep enjoying life. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next appearance card is Gloria Bibbs. If you can come up and state your name and your address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Gloria Bibbs. I live at 4510 Doubletree Road, and I'm here on behalf of Shelby Cares. The reason I am at Shelby Cares now is because of my sister. The yoga class that was up at Shelby Cares, I had went there, and when I went there, I met Miss Belinda. Miss Belinda said, come on down to Shelby Cares. I said, come on down where? She said, down where the skating ring used to be. So I went there and I said, well, what am I going to do down there? There I met the most wonderful person. She's here now, Miss Sherry. My mentor. She said, you come on here, I'm going to take your blood pressure and stuff. So she took my sugar, she took my blood pressure. She said, what you been doing? I said, everything, sitting down watching TV 24 hours a day. She said, well, I'm going to put you on my list. So she put me on her list. I've been on her list, and she been on me. I have maintained, I have learned, I have new friends, and if you take the program away, I don't know what I'm going to do. Because every time she see me, I'll be asking, I say, where's Miss Alexander? When is our meeting? She said, well, we don't know. But anyway, I want to give 100% to Shelby Cares, and I will be there. So thank you. Don't take our program.
Thank you so much. Our next appearance card is Carolyn Williams. If you can come up. State your name and your address for the record.
Hello, my name is Carolyn Williams. I live at 1242 Tahoe Road and 38109 area. I was introduced to Shelby Cares by my physician. My numbers stayed crazy, and she said, you need to go to Shelby Cares. So I went to Shelby Cares. I met the people there. I went to a diabetic cooking class, and I started the exercising class, and my numbers are great. They was really high. I'm a diabetic, got high blood pressure, cholesterol, high cholesterol, but all my numbers has changed. I've been going about a year, and I'm like the other lady. My blood pressure went up. But everything that has been said, I can piggyback on it, because those things are how I felt. Before Shelby Cares, the only thing I did was went to my doctor and went to church. I never, I was sort of like afraid to leave home. But now I feel better by myself, and especially since my health is better. And I thank you all, and I do wish you all would continue, because Shelby Cares is really a good organization, and thank you.
Thank you so much. We have our next appearance card is Frances Hudson. If you can come up, state your name and your address for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Frances Hudson, 4714 Gill Road. I was introduced to Shelby Cares about 8 months ago. My doctor was telling me to put me on high blood pressure pills. But once I started going there, it done came down all the way. So I went to see him about 3 weeks ago. He told me whatever I was doing to keep it up. So that's what I was doing, going, working out and exercise. That's what I was telling him. That's why I'm going to Shelby Cares. And I had attended the cooking classes a lot, and I learned how to eat correctly, because I was a little Popeye chicken. So I don't eat too much fried food anymore, which I eat my food baked and, not a whole lot of season. So I had told a whole lot of people, older people, about it because it's good. My legs, I used to have a problem with my legs, but now I don't have no problem with them now. I used to hop, now I'm strutting. But if y'all can, please continue the funding. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next appearance card is Joyce Brown. You can come up and state your name and address for the record.
My name is Joyce Brown. I stay at 3784 Kentwood Lane. My zip code is 38118. I'm not in 38109 of those. But anyway, I am presently acting as an neighborhood ambassador for the Shelby Cares location. I started off with the hub downtown, and I went in there and I met Kobe, she's over there, and as a health coach. When I met her, you know, I go to the doctor tell you got high blood pressure, those different things like that. But I was able to share with Kobe some things that I wouldn't share with my doctor. She was so listening and she heard my cry. And, you know, some things, sometimes we would leave the doctor's office, and I, you know, am a community health worker also. And we will leave the doctor's office. They'll tell us, okay, you have high blood pressure, do this, do that, do this. And it's so much information that we cannot fathom around it. After we leave the doctor's office, we forget what we were told. But I was reconfirmed with that when I went to the hub. But also at Shelby Cares, since I was a community health worker, when our grant was not extended, I started to be an ambassador at Shelby Cares. Now, me being a health coach myself, a certified health coach, I found out at Shelby Cares and at the UT Hub that they are professional people. They really care about their clients, the people that come into their office, about their high blood pressure, diabetes, all of that. They handle them with expertise. They act like, if that was my friend telling me, okay, Joyce, you need to take care of this. Okay, Joyce, let's do this together. Okay, Joyce, I hear you. So I would ask you to extend it because the cooking classes are wonderful. Now, most of the time when I'm doing events, because I do volunteer with them, when I'm doing events, I get a chance to talk to other people, meet people in the neighborhoods at different locations, different zip codes from my own. And these people, they are just like me. They have health issues. They need somebody to want to hear them. They're afraid sometimes to go to the doctor because they know what they're going to hear, and they are looking for an avenue or somebody to hear them. So at Shelby Cares, I found out as a neighborhood ambassador, when I'm there extending my expertise, I don't have expertise, but my own known convictions about my own health, when I'm talking to other people and they hear me, they see me, they know that I am genuine in what I say. I see the people at Shelby Cares, Miss Susie and all of them, Miss Belinda, all of them, they extend, Al, don't let me forget him. They extend a hand, a healing hand, as I call it, a hand for a mission. So when I see all the people, and some of them are older than me, some are younger than I am, that go to their different programs, and when I see them smiling, because now they got an advocate, now they got somewhere to go, now they got an exercise class, a cooking class, teach them how to cook foods that they know about, how to prepare foods that will help their bodies get healthier. When they go to the doctor, they get good diagnosis instead of the bad diagnosis that some of them may have gotten before. Some of them have gotten, I had a lady in a cooking class, I was at Shelby Cares.
She, Brown, right here.
Oh.
Definitely appreciate
okay,
everything that you're saying. Just want to make sure that we have 2 additional appearance cards.
Okay.
So I want to make sure I get them in.
I'm sorry.
No. I appreciate your enthusiasm and your passion.
Okay,
thank you so much.
All right.
Our next appearance card is Austin Dalgo.
Good afternoon. Thanks for your time. My name's Austin Dalgo, 5312 Southwood Drive, 38120. I'm the medical director for the Tennessee Population Health Consortium, and these are some wonderful stories, aren't they? I think we should change it to from 100 to 1 million after these stories. Just add a 0 onto that. But I think this is an example here where you see science and faith coming together, right? You see evidence and stories coming together. You see the difference of lower blood pressure, lower glucose, weight loss in the flesh, right? In these folks who we're taking care of. I get to sit down and bear witness to these stories every day in the hub in Soulsville. I get to hear the stories from the health coaches every day in Uptown and in Shelby Cares. And so Memphis has plenty of problems, right? We've witnessed that today here in this meeting. But Memphis has a lot of good things going